chair up here. Yep,
You're in the middle.
you're in the chair there. Yes. Yep. You can't see your name. It's in front of the
That's hidden.
monitor. Yeah.
I don't know that person.
Oh, it wasn't when you walked in.
What's your name?
Mike Hinch.
All right. Today is Tuesday, February 23rd, February 7th, 2023. And I want to welcome everyone into your city hall. And we have a consultation with the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding our orchard rezoning. So we're going to just jump right into there. I want to welcome all of the commissioners that are here, and I'll just go through and have you state your name. And I think many of you probably know most of the counselors here, but we do have a new counselor, and I'll have our newest counselor state his name, and then we'll just start over here with the commissioners and go from there.
Andrew Dunn, Iowa City at Large.
Mark Sines, Planning and Zoning Commission.
Mike Hinch with Planning and Zoning Commission. I've been on for 8 years, been chair for 5 years, so I've been doing this a long time.
Great, great.
Maggie Elliott, Planning and Zoning.
Billy Townsend, Planning and Zoning.
All right.
Here comes Chad.
And please come on up.
Chad Wade, Planning and Zoning.
All right. Welcome to all the commissioners. Super excited to have you here with us. Thanks for your service. We know that it is time consuming and a lot of dedicated work going to it, so we appreciate you being here today. So, as we know, there was the topic of the orchard rezoning, and the council wanted to just have a consultation with you all, and I know that some of our counselors probably have some burning thoughts that they want to share, so I'll just open it up to whoever wants to begin.
I'll just go ahead and start. Maggie Elliott and myself were the two affirmative votes for this application. And Chad, sorry, Chad. So probably want to start off with folks that were in the negative. So Billy or Mark?
I can start. I'm not ashamed. I was concerned about a lot of the affordable housing that that was being gotten rid of during this whole process, and that there was no affordable housing in this packet because it looked like they were paying the fee in lieu of. So that was getting rid of affordable housing that was accessible to buses, to the downtown area, to the things that the people that were living there were accustomed to seeing that wouldn't cost them more money for affordable housing.
Okay. I was concerned about a few things. One of them, I think, primarily being the size of the project. When we had looked at this piece of property a few years ago and looked at rezoning the Orchard District, that area was kind of looked at as a transitional area between the more commercial area on Riverside and to the east, and then helping transition into the Orchard District and the neighborhood there on the west. And then, you know, in the time since the Riverfront Crossing District was created, this group or previous groups have expanded that area a little bit into basically crossing over Riverside. It was initially limited to east of Riverside, and we've expanded that a couple times, including the latest one into the Orchard District. And, you know, so one of my concerns was also, how long do we continue to expand the area as opposed to putting a firm limit to it? Another issue that came up that I guess I continue to have concerns about is the traffic impact on that area. In particular, the Orchard Court itself. I think it's Orchard Court. Coming out of Come and Go, coming out of the two large apartment buildings that are already there, There's one way in, one way out, and concern about traffic there, signalization causing more problems with the traffic there. Those were, I think, kind of the generalities of my concerns.
And just to give support for just at least my affirmative vote is, of course, traffic is an issue there, but those traffic studies were done by professional engineers and planning staff. And then I think the conditions were set for signalization and possible turning lanes. And if traffic's heavier than anticipated, then the council will have to deal with that at the time, and the staff. I mean, as all development comes, traffic increases. So yeah, just have to wait and see if the impact is greater than what's set as some of the conditions. And about affordable housing, and I'm very affirmative in my support of affordable housing, but this application is in compliance with the ordinance. There's two options: either provide 10% of the housing in the units to be affordable or to pay a fee in lieu of, and so that is in compliance with the ordinance. And then lastly, the bulk of the buildings. It's a little overwhelming sometimes when you just see the concepts that's submitted, but we always have to keep in mind that those concepts, the developer is not held to those. That's just what, at this time, what they're looking to see, that finally will be reviewed in site plan review, because that it's a very common thing when we look at that to say this is what it has to be, but the rezoning can be whatever is eligible in that rezoning. This would be Riverfront Crossings Orchard. So those things are what led me to be in support of this. I think it's in compliance with the comprehensive plan, it's compliance with the zoning ordinances, and the character of the neighborhood. I think it is transitional because the building can only be 3 stories, with the top story being stepped back 10 feet. So that provides a step down degradation from the building, like immediately to the east, which are multi-story buildings. So it is getting smaller as we're going to the single-family residences to the west. So those are my thought processes on that.
And I just want to add, I just came from that area, and Riverside is one of the busier areas in Iowa City. And without that building, without those buildings, it's a heavy traffic area, even when it's not the traffic area time, like 5 o'clock when people are getting off work. So I think we have to be mindful of putting more traffic in that area, just for general use.
Yeah.
I'll weigh in really quick. For many of the reasons that Mike spoke about, I was affirmative in support of it. Like Mike spoke about, that project went from a single building to multiple buildings. Given the rezoning provides zoning but doesn't restrain the builder to that model, as long as the spirit remains the same in the construction with multiple buildings versus one large unit that the Good Neighbor meeting provided feedback on. I was in support of it. The traffic does present a challenge because of the cul-de-sac and potential cut-throughs on come and go and the neighboring parking or the neighboring parking lot for the apartment location. However, that area could use the redevelopment. It's underutilized in the lot that's asked to be rezoned, and so it's an opportunity to add some additional housing there.
Chad and Mike have done a good job of summarizing. I would just say the same thing, is that there's more people can live there, and it's close to town. It's accessible. It seems like it's good use. I'd rather have more people living there. It's close to town, and I felt it it met the criteria for the comprehensive plan.
And in that vein, just my last thought was, of course, in Riverfront Crossings, we want density, and the objective is to get people out of their cars. And with the improvement of Riverside Drive with the pedestrian passageway underneath the railroad bridge on the west side, I think then that those units now will be more conducive to students than just walking, so people won't frankly, nobody would take a car to go downtown because there's no place to park if you're a student. So I think it certainly encourage a pedestrian-oriented housing.
Great. Well, I want to say thanks to each of you for kind of sharing your thoughts at this time. Fellow counselors, certainly you can do whatever you want. I know I can't control you, but what I do want to remind you that this is on our agenda for later today, and people from the public will also come up and talk to us, and so I would just caution us on given some firm positions and waiting for the public to come and share their thoughts. But we do certainly have individuals here before us that you can engage with and kind of have some dialogue with.
Well, I was primarily interested in hearing your thoughts and rationale for the position you took on the project, and I did watch the video of your meeting when you discussed it. And so what I'm hearing is fairly consistent with that. And I was also wanted to hear again your understanding of the transition, because I think the transition is really at the crux of this whole situation, in that was really the reason for creating the Orchard District, was creating a transition.
Yes, I just have some questions for Commissioner Sines and Townsend. Thank you for your comments explaining sort of what your primary concerns were. If there were to be redevelopment, are there kind of suggestions or thoughts that you have as far as what you would want to see on the affordable housing front, or on the kind of the scope and the traffic front, that you think would make it agreeable to you?
Well, I don't know about that. A continuing discussion we have in the Planning and Zoning Commission is the ordinance allowing the fee in lieu of, and it's just felt that that's not really doing much to address the availability of affordable housing in the Riverfront Crossings District. So, as a matter of fact, I think we're going to be talking about that in a future meeting, if we would like to put forth a recommendation to the council to re-examine that ordinance, because we're going to end up with a big pot of money, but no more affordable housing yet.
And not only that, but what affordable housing actually is. And as we know, affordable housing right now is really not affordable for those that need it.
The other, a little bit more background on my thoughts on the transition piece. We had approved a plan for this property, or part of this property, previously, and it was, I believe, in a unanimous approval at that point. And what that was looking at that time was more of a smaller townhouse-style units, and along Orchard Street and taking the turn to the west there, whatever that street's called. And that, again, had unanimous approval with the commission at that time, and I saw that as appropriate scale for that transitional area. And I see, this plan just goes beyond that for me. And one of the things Mike mentioned, and I'll say Mike and I don't usually disagree on a whole lot of things, but on this one we're pretty firmly on opposite sides of the field. But one of the things that concerns me is that these are just conceptual plans, and we never exactly know what's going to happen. And quite frankly, from our experience, it often at times turns into things beyond what we originally thought it was going to be. And so that has, I'll be honest, that has become a growing concern of mine in a lot of the things we look at the commission. And so that's certainly played part of my analysis of this project also.
So is it fair then, based on what John was just talking about, he saw the transitional part as being the crux, and what you were talking about as well, is it that there does not appear to be firm enough direction about what transition looks like?
Could I speak to that a little bit? Yeah, I mean, in my conversations with Jeff, really what's my understanding from the comprehensive plan is that we don't have a definition for what transitional is. It is my understanding that that is something that we pretty much determine as a body on a case-by-case basis. That's my understanding of things. There's no definition in state code. There's no definition, I believe, in our zoning code or in our code of ordinances.
Is that also Commission's understanding?
Yeah.
I
This was limited
I don't
to
think it's
3.
concretely defined.
Right.
It's certainly something that, in this, and I disagree with my friend here, that I see it there, since we do have the 30-foot setback, we have pedestrian walkway, we have a 3-story limitation with a 10-foot step back of the third floor, and you take that to compare then to the buildings to the east, and that just visually, you can see the transition from multifamily to a lesser multifamily, and then into a single-family dwelling.
I see our city manager, Jeff Roan, will welcome you.
I just offer a point of clarification. So there's not a definition, so to speak, of what a transitional zoning is, and I think that was the question that we discussed. We can't tell you what exactly transitional zoning is, but your zoning ordinance provides regulations that govern that transition, and that could look different in different zoning districts. So a transition in a commercial zone may look a little bit different than the transition in this particular zone. But as Chairperson Hench was just commenting, the transition is governed in the regulations of the zoning code. So that is that setback, that step back, the height limitations that you have. That is how we regulate that transition. But there is no specific definition, and there's not uniformity in transition across the code. And I would say that's probably not something that we would look to have, because transition between single-family and multifamily may look different between two multifamily districts or commercial against residential. That's all going to be different, and that's why it's regulated a little bit different in each of the zoning classifications.
If I could ask a question about that, Jeff. So what you're saying is the zoning code has examples of things that could constitute transitional, right? Could constitute a transitional area or could potentially satisfy that category, right?
The zoning code is going to have regulations in place that attempt to create an appropriate transition. Again, that's going to be height and step backs and setbacks and things of that nature.
And I think one of the challenges that we face as a commission, and you all certainly face as council, is those making those interpretations and looking at those fine details. And this is a request for rezoning. This is a request to change what's there now to something else. And so we are called upon, I think, as public servants to help make those decisions as to what we think is best overall, but it isn't always set in stone. As much as we would love it to be, it's just not always set in stone.
I wanted to just address something that Commissioner Townsend said in regards to affordable housing. I know that we've had this conversation before, but affordable housing in our community is a challenge, and how it's defined. I know my peers here, we really want affordable housing. We need affordable housing. We know that our residents, cannot afford, some of them can't afford the prices that are out there. And some of that is determined by what is affordable. There's, thoughts that if you spend 30% or more of your income, then that the housing situation is no longer affordable. When I look at, and this isn't really getting at the heart of this, I think it's talking about the entire, because I heard something about the fee in lieu of, as well as the affordable period. So sometimes we have the 20-year affordability period, and if they were to remain in the riverfront crossing area or whatever, Well, at the end of that 20-year, now the developers are allowed to continue that affordable housing, should they choose to do so. But personally, I think that's going to be not what we're going to see as a community. And so where we've intentionally, thought we want to ensure that we have affordable housing in some of these areas, it won't be there in 20 years. Then that's where I step back and say, well, we need a bigger conversation. I won't shy away from that. But in the moment when I'm looking at a specific developer, I personally don't like the fee in lieu of, because I think experience in a place outweighs $1 million for any one individual. If you can put a person, like I'm from Chicago and wasn't from the wealthiest community, but if you give a person an opportunity to be in a diverse area where it's affluent, people sometimes mimic what they see, and they can have some greater opportunities. So the fee in lieu of doesn't sit well with me, except what I will say is, if this body takes the fee in lieu of, more than likely what we're going to create with that will be housing in perpetuity. So it'll be affordable units not in that area, but somewhere else. Now, granted, in the Riverfront Crossing area, we have to take the fee in lieu of dollars and make affordable units within that area. But I think, as we know, the cost of that area is going up, right? And so we may, as a body, determine that we don't want to have those, we want to move those funds out of the area, and I think we can determine that and vote on that should we choose. So I just wanted to give I wanted to touch base on the affordable housing topic, because it is a challenge. And so, fee in lieu of for me anymore, how do we get the most bang for our buck? And that is, taking the fee in lieu of money, but then there are opportunities that I think someone is going to miss out on, because if we take the fee in lieu of, they won't be in that area. And so it becomes a two-edged sword in a way. But I at least wanted to acknowledge that this is an issue. I think that when we look at projects that come into our community, we're looking at the comp plan, we're looking at what's there now, what's going to be, and those are hard decisions. And I think that as many of you know, that the city is moving more to these form-based codes, which would kind of take out the guesswork on some level for P&Z, developers, staff, this council, but more importantly, the residents that are going to be living there and the residents that currently live in that surrounding area. And so while I don't have something specific where I don't have any questions for you all, but I just wanted to acknowledge that what you're doing is a really hard work. You're doing what we've asked of you, and I really appreciate that. Yes.
Thank you,
a
Mayor.
correction.
No, not a correction. I just wanted to point out that, of course, the affordable housing is a crucial discussion and something that City Council has been focused on for years. But just to be clear, the item you're discussing tonight is a specific rezoning and so forth. And as Chairman Hench has mentioned, this proposal does comply with the ordinance as it is today. Now, in the future, Council may choose to revisit the issue of fee in lieu or any other issue related to affordable housing, but I just want to make clear both to planning and zoning commissioners who are present here tonight and, of course, to council members that in deciding, as they will later tonight at the formal meeting, whether or not to approve this item, it could be on any number of factors, but failure or use of, or I should say compliance with the present city code by using fee in lieu should not be a reason that the council should deny this item.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I have a question, pivoting a little bit, and not for you, about whether it's for the, I have a question simply about, there was something in the notes about the potential of solar on the roofs, and I don't know if that's appropriate for now or if it's something to wait for as a question in the formal, for clarification on that. I thought
And
there had been.
You can certainly ask staff or,
Okay.
so I think the question is about Silver.
No, solar on the
Solar.
roofs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whether
I thought
they're
it was Silver Leaf.
given something about the density of the buildings, whether there would be solar or not, and so I'm just curious about whether that is part of the conversation.
I don't think that we're familiar with any
Okay.
plans for solar, but usually we wouldn't be at that level
this-
of
at this
detail at a
level, right.
rezoning stage. That's something that the developers would probably analyze in the design phase. So keep in mind that developers typically are not going to put a lot of resources into design until they know that they have the regulatory approval to move forward with whatever concept they may be considering. So if this were to be approved by the council, this rezoning were to be approved, you would expect that the developers would then invest quite a bit in the design of the building, probably building from that concept, but you could and should expect that maybe there'd be some changes to the design, and that's when something like solar would be looked at. I think the developers will probably have an opportunity to speak tonight before you close the public hearing, and if they're considering solar, they could certainly let you know. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. I think my confusion simply lay in the fact that this was an incredibly rich discussion that you guys had, and so as I was going through the minutes, I know there was a lot, so that's on me.
It was briefly mentioned in the P&Z meeting, along with charging for EV vehicles. But that was it, and it wasn't part of the application, and there is no possibility of bonus height, so it would have nothing to do with the height of the building.
Right. Thank you.
And Mayor Teague, you were asking me personally about the affordable housing piece.
I was more given a statement and agreeing on some of the points that you made
Well,
earlier.
I guess I just want to add that, and hopefully, Ann, I'm not being out of place when I talk about the trailer courts that have been taken down around the Falster Road ones are now flattened. The ones on Prairie du Chien now are flattened, which were all affordable housing pieces in Iowa City. And so how do those people now find housing in Iowa City? And they have all been a part of our community. Those places have been there for years. Their children have gone to school in our area, and now there's no place for them that they can afford. So I just want to make that as part of why I voted against.
Sure. Thank you.
I had some questions about the traffic, and I don't know if members of P&Z or staff can talk either specifically or in general, but with those two intersections so close to each other, Highway 6 and Orchard Street, obviously the plans that came before us mention having a traffic study and signalization and trying to accommodate that area, which is already, like the way it is now isn't exactly a perfect thing either. So in terms of like what's possible, what's sort of the standard for that kind of a close intersection? Is traffic flow be improved? I don't know if I'm wording this question right, but maybe you're kind of following, hopefully, a little bit of what I'm getting at. What will be sort of the end result? Can you keep that from being like a crazy backup situation, people trying to turn off a Highway 6 onto Benton, heading west, or, what can you help shed some light on that for me?
Yeah, good afternoon, Commission, Council, Mayor. Kent Ralston, Transportation Planner. So, yeah, as it stands today, one of the conditions of the rezoning would be that a traffic signal is installed at Orchard Street, Orchard Court, and Benton Street at that intersection. So there was a traffic study done in one of the previous iterations, when this was Orchard Court Lofts a few years back. That development that concept at that time had something like 130 units. Now we're up to maybe like 180 or 90. Mm-hmm. We did not require the developer to go back through the process with a new traffic study because even at that point in time, a signal was already warranted, and the developer is aware of that. So it's something like 50% more traffic, but when you look at the actual peak hours, which is what we're most interested in, it's the matter of 10 or 20 vehicles per peak hour. So we're not talking about a huge difference, and therefore we didn't have the developer go back through and take the time and effort and money to do a new study.
Oh, I see.
So yes, at the end of the day, if this moved forward, a traffic signal would have to be installed, and that would have to be installed to the city engineer's satisfaction. Yep. And what the study shows, to be more clear, is that a traffic signal would be able to handle that amount of traffic with acceptable level of service.
How does that work, just maybe in general? Like, is there a way to set the time on those so that the flow isn't, we think we all know what it's like when we're driving down the street and we hit all the lights wrong.
Right.
And so maybe that's traffic calming, so that might not
Right.
always be a bad thing, but.
Right. Sometimes we try, sometimes we don't to fix those. No, it's with respect to the actual distance between the two.
Right.
That's a good question. It is relatively short. It's something like 260, 280 feet, depending on how you measure it. But if you actually look at other locations in town, we have some similar distances between signals, and we would just coordinate the two, right? So they'd have to be green essentially at the same time, and we do have mechanisms to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or thoughts at this time? Well, I really want to appreciate the commissioners for coming on a Tuesday and
Thank you.
spending some time with us today. Thanks again for all that you all do. Really appreciate it. And you're excused.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, thank
Yeah.
you, council.
Nice to meet you.
All right. We're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is the presentation from local mental health providers. And I see two that are going to be presenting, Sarah Nelson and Talia Meilinger.
I know, it's a mouthful.
Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us today. We're going to breeze through the first half of this. Talia Meidlinger, Executive Director of UAY. The first half of this, it's pretty heavy on some stats and stuff because we want to really land on what mental health looks like in our community from our boots on the ground perspective and kind of what we're doing in collaboration and partnership. So here we go. Trigger warning, Sarah and I talked about this. We will be talking pretty explicitly about mental health and suicide. There will be resources, of course, at the end of this presentation.
Or bring them back down.
He's on my board. Thanks, Eric. Anyway, so there will be resources. And make
I say just however's easiest.
Yeah, we're good. So if anyone is struggling after this conversation, our community has a lot of resources. We talked a lot also about who has knowledge of the resources that we offer and who doesn't, who has access, who's willing to access, all of that talking about stigma and which communities are comfortable engaging with our services. I debated talking about the pandemic because we're all tired of it, pandemic. But I think that we can't talk about mental health without talking about what's happening on the heels of the pandemic. The Surgeon General said that, officially stated that we have a youth mental health crisis. We know that they were struggling pre-pandemic, especially young people who belong to marginalized communities we were worried about before the pandemic. And I think that what we're seeing right now is that they continue to increase in their level of mental health crisis. Also note that these stats are old, right? Data falls on the heels of what's happening in the here and now. And so everything that Sarah and I are going to be talking about, I can guarantee in a few years we're going to see drastic increases in the number of young people and adults in our communities who are struggling. A lot of the stuff I'm going to talk about is fairly generalizable to adults as well, but I'm just taking the youth mental health perspective because that's who I am and that's what I do. Factors that can shape the mental health of young people. As a social worker, I always come at things from the biopsychosocial perspective. So we're thinking about biological, psychological, and social contexts in which people live and come from, right? So we're talking about society, social and economic inequalities, discrimination, racism, all of these things that we know impact how people are, how they show up, how they treat the world, and how the world treats them. Neighborhood safety, I mean, in this previous conversation, we heard us talking about what's the best way to provide affordable housing, where should it be located. Relationships with peers and teachers and mentors, faith, community, school, climate. What we know is that the identities we carry impact how we see ourselves, how other people see us, and how we interact with the world, and vice versa, how the world treats us. I have, standing before you, have had a pretty easy time interacting with the world, but I work with a lot of people every day who don't. Relationships with parents, peers, teachers, how are you received in community spaces? And then the individual, age, genetics, race, ethnicity, gender, all of that. I think it's so important when we talk about mental health that we understand all of these aspects of mental health and who we are. We have to understand people in the context of their lived experience in the here and now. And I think that to that point, all of us are severely undereducated about what mental health is, especially in our marginalized communities where mental health is extremely stigmatized and access is incredibly difficult to come by. It's important that we shift the way that we think about it and talk about it and provide mental health services. So in 2019, 1 in 3 high school students and half of female students reported persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness, an increase of 40% from 2009. Again, these are dated statistics, and when these fall on the heels of what's happened during the pandemic, I think I'm not going to be surprised, but it's going to be alarming, and we have some incentive to act now to work to address this. Because, like I said, Sarah and I have boots on the ground, our staff have boots on the ground, and what we're seeing is a lot of people, individuals, families, communities that are struggling and honestly dying by suicide, by violence, by being pushed out of systems that are supposed to be supporting them. So a little bit about what UAY did in the previous fiscal year with our staff, a limited staff of 30. We provided 402 clients with 5,016 therapy sessions. We average a therapy wait list of 40 at any given time, which means young people and families are waiting 1 to 3 months to be seen. Now, these are families who feel comfortable accessing formal mental health, billable therapy. You come into the office, you spill the beans to somebody you've never known, right? If we're talking about stigmatized and marginalized communities, we're talking about transportation, reimbursement rates for insurance, right? If you have Medicaid, not a lot of people in Iowa City accept Medicaid because it doesn't pay well. And who has Medicaid, right? Who has access to these services? Who's able to make it to an appointment during the middle of the day? All of our therapists only have one 4 o'clock and one 5 o'clock slot every single day of the week. And do you know who gets those slots? People who show up. Why? Because insurance companies only pay us when people show up. And so we have to address all of the barriers we've been talking about in this room today. We've done crisis intervention and mediation with 280 clients, 1,404 sessions or contacts, 355 victims. We've provided 97 crisis support groups, right? This is the informal, let's go where young people are. We call it #NotTherapy. They're not trained therapists, but they're providing the very important social emotional support and social emotional learning that young people in crisis need. 425 crisis counseling sessions to 66 parents and families. And then our new Spark engagement program, which is aimed at targeting BIPOC youth who have barriers to accessing services, positive pro-social activities, and peer relationships. 213 youth of color, and we didn't even have that program for the whole fiscal year. And then 434 LGBTQ youth.
Okay, so I'm going to go through these fairly quickly, but just looking at kind of what the stats are showing us nationally, then what we're seeing in the state, and what we're kind of seeing in the county based on what's available for us. So again, these are lagging statistics. It's as quick as we can get our hands on them. But in 2020, 1 in 5 U.S. adults were living with mental illness of varying degrees of severity, which means 21% of all U.S. adults. Serious mental illness, which tends to be where the functioning, their daily functioning is more highly impacted, is about 5.6% of all U.S. adults. Suicidal thoughts and behaviors among adults in the U.S. In 2020, there were 12.2 million adults that had serious thoughts of suicide. 3.2 million made plans for suicide, and 1.2 had attempted. Firearms were the most common. Yes?
Actually, I have a question about the last slide that you had there. You have the difference between prevalence between females and males. Do you have any information as to why that exists? Is that, do you think that there's factors having to do with stigmatization where, males are just not talking about it, or?
Yeah, I would say, you could speculate a lot, but this is very anecdotal, but my suspicion would be that out of the people surveyed, that females were more likely to report versus the fact that females are actually experiencing a greater level of mental health issues. That's what we see on the ground. It's what we see in the suicide statistics that I'm about to show as well. So I was saying firearms are the most common method and accounted for over half of all suicide deaths in the U.S. Something that's important in community crisis services work in suicide prevention and intervention that we try to make sure that the community understands when we're talking about firearms is it is the most lethal means because we have the shortest time to intervene. So from the time that we know somebody has a gun in their hand and death could be imminent, our ability to intervene is almost non-existent. If somebody reaches out and they've taken a bottle of pills, we can intervene. We have more chance of being able to intervene. And so that's why you see that as the most deadly means. So overall in the U.S., suicide was the third leading cause of death for individuals between 15 and 24. And as Talia said, that is really concerning because this is lagging, and what we're seeing on the ground with youth mental health is that they are suffering more now than ever before. It's the second leading cause of death for individuals between 25 and 34 in the U.S., and the fourth leading cause of death for individuals between 35 and 44. In Iowa, over the past 20 years, the rate of suicide has been climbing out of proportion with the increase in the population. So over the last 20 years or so, the population has only gone up by 6.9%, but the rate of suicide has gone up by 89%. So in 2021, we experienced 541 deaths by suicide in Iowa compared to 286 in 2000. Johnson County, in 2021, there were 31 deaths by suicide, 27 male, 4 female, 3 youth under the age of 18. That is actually an alarming statistic. It is not common. For youth adults under the age of 30, 9 between the ages of 30 and 39, marking them the largest subset in Johnson County. The leading means was firearm, accounting for 12 total deaths by suicide, followed by hanging, and then a variety of other means. Hanging is also something I would point out, very, very hard when you work in suicide intervention and prevention. Means restriction is what we often refer to. How do we restrict people's access to means? Those two things, if we can do means restrictions with firearms, means restriction when it comes to death by hanging is very challenging, if not impossible, to address without someone having eyes on someone 24/7. Go ahead.
Is there any sort of geographic or municipal breakdown of where these occurred?
So the Johnson County Medical Examiner may have that information, which is who provided it to me, and I suspect they do. So in 2022, there were also, so note, at the time that I got this from the medical examiner, this did not include any December data. So this is missing a month of data. There were 31 deaths by suicide, 20 male, 11 female. When I talked about, Andrew, when you asked that question about are females reporting it more, when we see death by suicide statistics, more commonly males complete suicide. 3 youth under the age of 18 in 2022, 9 under 30, 8 between 30 and 39, 5 between 40 and 49, 6 between 50 and 79. Leading means was still firearm, followed by hanging. So what do we have in our community right now to address these concerns with mental health and suicide? Some of what Community Crisis Services does is operate crisis helplines. That means 988, Iowa Chat, University of Iowa Emotional Support Line. This is a half a year of statistics, so not a full fiscal year, but July to December being the most recent data, we had about 39,000 chats and texts that originated in Iowa. That data is more anonymous. It can be really hard to drill down to exact locations if people don't disclose it. It's part of why people use the service if they want help but want that anonymity. 706 phone calls originated in Iowa, 272 contacts on the U of I Emotional Support Line. What we were able to pull was 50% of Iowa City chat contacts were for clients 23 or younger. That's not surprising. I think I talked about this last time when I was here, that we're really seeing text and chat utilized at a much higher frequency, especially text, and that is your 15 to 24-year-old demographic that accesses that. In terms of presenting issues, anxiety and depression were the largest areas of concern, followed by relationship issues, school problems, self-harm, and sexuality. Mobile crisis response, July to December, we had 543 mobile crisis dispatches, 170 youth-specific, 125 ICPD LE liaison dispatches, 1,207 follow-up contacts with those that we've seen in crisis, average 20-minute response time in Iowa City over those 6 months, and a 95% diversion rate from hospitalization. Total MCR calls have increased by 35% from this same time period last year. 73% of all of our calls are from Iowa City residents, and 54% of youth MCR calls are for students in Iowa City School District. So this is something Talia and I will tag team a little bit, is we wanted to talk about how mental health challenges show up in our community, because oftentimes what we're talking about, people don't understand that what they're seeing is mental health. And so we wanted to just touch on that a little bit, because these are things that have a lot of cross-sectionality with different sectors and things that we're seeing across the community.
I'm a firm believer, and so is Sarah, that behavior is communication. We look at challenging behaviors with young people and community members as a behavior that needs to be addressed, not something else that's going on beneath the surface. We talk about this as outward suffering, not to label it as bad behavior. In the schools and in the community, we see this as fighting, disruptive behavior, agitation, disrespect. Adults use that a lot about young people who are struggling. It's a disrespect issue. And then the internalizing the silent suffering, which is what we're all a little more familiar with when we talk about mental health, reduced productivity and performance. That's talking about in the workplace as well as in the school, substance use, suicide, suicidal ideation, withdrawal, and self-harm. And then the overarching umbrella that you see, I mean, all of these can, of course, cross over, but again, substance use, low mood, feelings of worthlessness, change in behavior, habits and friends, school refusal, and self-harm. A lot of the work that we've been doing, and Sarah and I talk about, is that young people and adults in our community who have more externalizing behaviors are more challenging to work with, and they often get penalized. They get involved in the judicial system or juvenile court. They pick up charges. They get suspended from school, and all of these things have long-term detrimental impacts on those people's ability to get where they need to be and to be well and to have the resources they need. And so when we talk about thinking about mental health differently, we have to totally flip it on its head. We have to go to where people are and serve them in the areas they are.
And I was talking to Talia, and I think this is a good analogy to kind of help hammer this point home, but oftentimes when we talk about individuals on the autism spectrum, what you'll hear that community say is that just because I am on the higher end of the spectrum doesn't mean I experience my autism less intensely. It just means you experience it less intensely, and vice versa. And so with externalizing, we want people to understand those are mental health issues. They're harder on people. They're harder on systems to deal with. Those are hurting people that have mental health issues, where those that are silent and withdrawn, They're not problematic for people, and we worry about them too because they're not problematic and they might not stand out, and so they're not getting the help that they need. So just realizing that all of that is mental health.
And if we talk about marginalized communities who already have an inherent distrust of many of our systems, they're angry, right? Marginalized community members are more likely to have externalized behaviors because maybe the internalized stuff wasn't recognized, or the internalized stuff isn't supported in the way they need it, or it's stigmatized, and so they externalize.
So gaps. So, these aren't all specific to mental health, but we thought we see this on the ground when we respond to crisis situations. And so just some of the observations of our staff. Shelter specific to women and children is a pretty significant gap in this community. If it's not related to domestic violence, that has been a real challenge that on the ground, I can tell you anecdotally, has seemed to increase in the last year in terms of women and children showing up needing that support. Non-emergent health care, such as prescription assistance. It's something I would love in mobile crisis if we could have some kind of ally that can prescribe medication, like the ability to have a prescriber on site with us to just do a script of Prozac, when that's
And not have to wait 6 months to get into a provider who can do a full evaluation.
It would be huge, and it's something that's doable, and I think that we could do as a community. Services utilizing a harm reduction approach. You probably don't want to get Talia and I going on this, so I'll try to be short. But, we often take this kind of punitive, like you either, are abstinent or nothing, and realizing that if we meet people truly where they're at, if we have somebody that's presenting that's an alcoholic and they're willing to take that step and stop drinking vodka and switch to beer, or they're willing to make a decision about only drinking and using Uber and not getting back in their car. 20 million examples.
20 million. I think we have this idea about sex, drugs, and suicide, that if we talk about it in a real way and provide the real facts, that we're going to increase the likelihood that people are going to participate in those things. The reality is, if we teach young people and adults the truth about sex, drugs, and suicide, they're going to make more informed decisions, and then they have a trusted person to reach out to when they get beyond where they feel safe and reasonable. But like Sarah was saying, this abstinence-only, non-harm reductive approach is damaging to everyone, especially on the heels of the pandemic and what we're seeing evolve right now.
And I can use another example of harm reduction that is sometimes shocking to people. But when I oversaw the youth shelter in Cedar Rapids, and there were kids that they were going to run if they couldn't smoke cigarettes, but we didn't allow cigarettes in the youth shelter, right? And so was I more worried about them walking down the street to smoke a cigarette, or was I more worried about them running away and being sex trafficked, which is how they showed up in the first place? I'm more worried about them running away and re-entering sex trafficking. So we didn't need to know about it. We had a policy of you hide those just down the street. You want to take a walk, go. Don't talk about it. Don't tell others about it. But is that what we want ideally? No, we want them to quit smoking. But is that going to reduce the harm to that young person? Absolutely. And so I would say in Iowa in general, services that take a harm reduction approach to moving people along to that place where they're healthy and thriving is something we severely lack in this state and in our community. Access for individuals with a dual diagnosis. I do not like the term dual diagnosis because I don't even think it should be a thing. We know that if people are using substances, there's almost always mental health. But what happens is when people try to access one or the other, they're kicked around to a different door because, that's substance use, not mental health, and that's mental health, not substance use. And so people and families aren't getting the help that they need.
Youth crisis stabilization, the number of times we have a suicidal young person who ends up in the emergency room for 24, 72, however many hours. Maybe they get put into an inpatient bed, maybe they don't, but oftentimes they're like, I'm fine, let me go home. That we don't have any real concrete, meaningful ways to take a young person in crisis and help them get out of that, and then follow up with resources after that. Family support, peers respite, navigation, and practical concrete support, right? Looking, again, understanding people in the context of their lived experience. I can't just work with this person and not address the entire unit, right, in a really meaningful, robust way, because we know that generational trauma, poverty, racism, historical trauma, all of that stuff follows people, right? And it's not just one kid who's the problem or one adult who's the problem. It's an entire system that needs the support to get out of it. And we try as hard as we can, but we're also severely understaffed to do that in a meaningful way. Again, here's the funding for non-traditional and non-billable approaches to mental health. We have a number of grants that allow us to do some of this, but we can't just grow more therapists. That's not the solution. We're not going to here's 4,000 extra therapists, Iowa City, but the people who have a stigma about mental health are still not going to access it. The people who don't have private insurance probably are going to be on longer wait lists, right? And those folks need services now, immediately, in spaces that feel comfortable to them, in spaces that they trust. And then the provider shortage and skilled workforce. I have a number of people on my staff who are not trained therapists, but their lived experience and the cultural relevance of where they're coming from and who they're communicating with goes far beyond what an hour a week of billable therapy will do for the people they interact with and their entire family unit. And so we have to think about differently how we define mental health. Now, I don't want to be able to all willy-nilly, anybody can call themselves a therapist, right? There's danger in that. And so that was a fear that happened some years back. But I think we can think differently, lovingly, about interventions. Hashtag not therapy can get you as far as you need to go until you're ready for therapy. Again, mental health disparities, low barrier access. All we talk about all the time. We're going to have to step off our soapbox soon here, I get it. But these go hand in hand, right? Provider discrimination. We're talking about folks who don't take Medicaid. I get it. I'm a provider. I don't take Medicaid. Why? Because it doesn't reimburse, and that's my side hustle, guys. Lack of professionals who belong to marginalized communities. I don't want to talk to somebody who doesn't hold my very same marginalized identity. Lack of access to quality care, right? Inadequate health insurance, again, talking about Medicaid, or having an incredibly high copay. The number of clients we see who come in who do have Blue Cross, they're like, I can't afford a $60 copay for my kid every week. I'm barely paying my bills. Stigma surrounding mental health, I'm not crazy. It's fine. I just, it's not a big deal. The historical trauma piece, mistrust of systems, especially healthcare systems, and awareness of mental health and what it means. Like I said, I think that we are severely educated on what mental health looks like, sounds like, feels like for all of us.
And this slide is just because I wanted to make sure that we had a resource piece after we talked about all of these heavy topics, but how to access services at UAY, mobile crisis, 988 for phone or text, crisis chat, community food bank and financial support, DVIP, domestic violence intervention program, shelter house, and RVAP, rape victim advocacy program are all wonderful services in our community that help to address some of these intersectional things. And lastly, any questions you have for us?
I have a really tough question that I'm almost sure you can't answer. When you talked about all the gaps, do you have any sense of the scope of what it would take as far as funding if we imagined a world in which those gaps were filled?
Could, but it would be a project. I mean, there is an answer for that, but yes, it's not something that would be answerable on the spot. I think, what Talia mentioned in terms of things that are non-billable, those really are the gaps. I mean, when you look at a service like Mobile Crisis, that is a non-billable service, and that is a gap filler. That is what catches all the people that are waiting 4 months to get into therapy, or that. So a lot of the things that we need as solutions are more innovative and out of the box than insurance will allow for us to actually have the impact. So the number could be arrived at, but it would definitely be a project.
Thanks. I've got a question about something that wasn't talked about quite too much in this presentation, but I'm still interested in hearing your take. you know, a lot of seniors in the community and just around the country also deal with this in a very serious way. Incidences of suicidality increase, you know, as you get older, just due to what happens, you know, what happens to your body, your friends, all that type of stuff. So I'm curious as to what you guys see in the gaps of care for, you know, seniors in our community, in our county, as well as if you think that a lot of the resources, which are very virtual or using, you know, a phone are sufficient at this time, or if there needs to be, you know, a more hands-on approach with some of our seniors that are struggling.
That's a really good question, and I instantly went, so I would say that's a population, mobile crisis is an excellent service for that population, right? We can come in person, it does not require technology, you do not have to be savvy, you just have to be able to pick up the phone. Might be a little bit confusing, but compared to other services, pretty easily accessible. That said, the outreach to that community looks different than outreach. And one of the things, when we added the Youth Mobile Crisis Program Coordinator, and I've talked to Dali about this a lot, having an individual going out into the community, building a relationship with each and every school, going to different family practitioners, therapists' office, that has increased why we're seeing so many youth in mobile crisis. There is no number of pamphlets or radio spots or billboards that would have had that outcome. So when funders invest in people for outreach, they often don't want to. It doesn't feel that impactful. And so it's almost exciting to me to have a really concrete example of this. Like, this is how many youth we saw before we had somebody dedicated to this outreach, and look now. I suspect if we had someone doing that is what their sole focus was, to build bridges between seniors and mobile crisis and other services, we'd see those numbers grow, because that's how you reach people, is by building that relationship and that trust.
Yeah, I was going to say relationship-focused interactions where you can come and present, and if I'm struggling, I say, I talked to somebody from that agency, and I remembered that, and it felt good. I can trust that I can go reach out to them, because it might feel similar to what this presentation or this engagement looked like and felt like. I think a lot of people are hesitant to call because they're anxious, right? Or access services because I don't know how to do it, and I'm already depressed or anxious or have no motivation. Why would I also now make this call? Oh, wait, but I remember what that relationship felt like when we talked.
I guess with regard to that, do you think that there is the time ripe, or, you know, is the setting right for, you know, us to develop some of the services that you have that are, you know, group-based, you know, your peers helping out with our seniors in our community, you know, trying to get folks that might be in a better place with their mental health to be there for those who may not. Is that something that you think would be more beneficial, or do you think that there might be some large barriers to achieving that?
Well, the university has a program that people can go to become certified as a peer support specialist. So if they've experienced those challenges themselves and they want to go and get that certification, so that's an option when you're talking about peer support. But I do think. I think targeting, we are in a good place, and it's important right now to target resources at making sure that seniors in our community understand what's available to them. We know that population experienced dramatically more loss during the pandemic than probably any other population. And so I think that making sure that we're reaching out and making those connections so that people are aware, and I feel like I say this every time I have the opportunity, but when it comes to mobile crisis and crisis helplines, and I'm sure Talia has programs that she would use as an example as well, like, those are accessible to anyone in the community. It does not matter your socioeconomic status, it does not matter your insurance, and it's not available to you any other way. It doesn't matter how much money you make, you cannot get a service that's going to show up at your house in less than 60 minutes. And so making sure that everybody in our community understands this is for you, this is for everyone. It helps with the stigma busting, but people that don't tend to access a lot of services also tend not to know about certain services that might be really beneficial and are available to them. And it's that, again, relationship building. I do not think the answer is a marketing piece. I think it's a lot of pounding the pavement and building a relationship to make people aware.
Do you have sort of in present state the capacity to do the kind of outreach that that UAY and you as a partnership have done? Because I'm thinking about, we've got trail and we have, thinking along the lines of the senior piece, but in general, we have so many agencies where they could be sort of partnering or helping spread that word about community, as well as like the peer training. I'm just thinking about ways, because I recognize this is also a capacity issue.
I think Mayor Teague brought it up last time when I was speaking about seniors, and I thought, I left that meeting thinking, man, that's another thing I've got to focus on, because it was such a good point. And so specific to seniors, the short answer is no. We don't have the current capacity to do that. Like, I can tell you all the wonderful things right now that we could do to reach out to seniors, but I can't tell you what staff I would have available to do that.
Yeah.
And I think until there's the resources to build a framework, right, encouraging people, like, do the peer support training, do that. It's really helpful. And if you don't have a structure in place to support that, you're relying on people who voluntarily want to do a thing to improve the mental health outcomes for our community.
The numbers you've given for the youth, and particularly the teenage, like 15 to 18, is extremely distressing and alarming, and I'm sure as it is to you too. You briefly said something about the schools. Is there currently any sort of partnership or outreach into the schools that lets these troubled children know that there's someone or something they can do besides like the parents forcing them to go to counseling and those kinds of things? Is there a support system in the schools currently?
Yeah, all of our staff are pretty like daily in and out of all of the district buildings and providing those non-traditional supports to students. But again, it's capacity, right? We only have so many staff people and how many thousands of kids in the school district who really, really need the support.
And that's the same, I think I've been tooting this for a long time about counselors, and that's sort of a misconception. And from what I've heard from the school district, now, counselors probably are responsible for 300-something students or even more, and it really isn't a counseling sort of task. It's more like getting them on track to what they're going to do after high school. But actually having someone to sit down and pour their heart out to, there's not the resources.
Yeah.
And that's hard. That must be, you're really in a rock and a hard place there.
Well, and the counselors are great. They have the training to provide similar support. And I think it's about recognizing how much stuff we put on people's plates. You're going to be in charge of academics and college planning and who gets to know their counselors. A lot of the young people that we interact with are like, my counselor, who's that and what do they do and how do I find them and what do I talk to them about? I don't know. So again, it's that counselors have such a broad spectrum of things that they're expected to do. And to also then be like, also, do you have time to be an expert on youth mental health and impacting that? They should know it. But, right, let's have other people who have that as their job doing that work.
On the capacity side, I think I'm understanding that the outreach leads to more use of the service. So kind of looking at the back side of that, what is the capacity as far as the ability to actually go out, like specifically mobile crisis? Is it scaling fast enough to meet the need as the outreach increases, or just kind of where is that now? Where do you see that going?
Fiscal year 24 is going to be a very complicated year to budget, I would say, because we're seeing a lot of growth. I want to make sure that mobile crisis remains accessible. We no longer can hire on-call contingent mobile crisis counselors. The model that we used to use, for whatever reason, after COVID, people do not like to be hired on an on-call basis. And that was the model I used at Foundation 2 and Community for 6 years without any issue. And both agencies are saying the same thing. We have to hire full-time mobile crisis counselors or we can't fill these positions. Well, if I want to have 3 teams of 2 ready to respond between 9 and 5, that's 6 FTEs that I need per shift, 3 shifts a day to run 24/7. So that's significantly more than what I have right now, and that's what I'm always shooting to have is 2 to 3 shifts available, because if we get a call, we don't need that overnight, but if we get a call at 5, a call at 6, a call at 7, we have to have 3 teams available or the wait times are going to be long. And it's a firehouse model, right? There might be a lot of crisis that day and there might not, and we don't know until it's there. But with that outreach, I mean, definitely that outreach in our school response, I mean, just on Monday, we were in 5 different schools. It was not like that 2 years ago. So the outreach definitely, and now we've hired a second youth-specific counselor because it's grown so much. So that person just started 2 weeks ago because our one coordinator could not handle the scope, and that was in less than a year of that being rolled out.
Any more comments by counselors before we move on to the next agenda item?
Other than to say thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you for this presentation. This was really important information.
Thank you guys for your interest in mental health and your support of it as always. Appreciate it. And feel
Yes,
free to
and-
reach out if there's anything else we can help with.
And thanks to all the staff that you all,
They're amazing.
yes,
We're
yes,
lucky.
yes, yes. It was good to see Community Crisis Services and UAY here today. So thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move on to the next agenda item, which is presentation of the annual Historic Preservation Report. And welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm having troubles here, I'm sorry. Yeah, I couldn't get that to go at all. Thank you, Council. I am Jessica Bristow. I am the Historic Preservation Planner for the city. Iowa City is a certified local government. The Certified Local Government Program was established in 1980, and Iowa City joined in 1983. It was part of the amendments to the 1966 Historic Preservation Act. It encourages historic preservation at the local level. It encourages local governments to use the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. And it also provides technical assistance through what we call SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office, and it provides funding opportunities for preservation activities. Every year, SHPO requires an annual report, and it's a calendar year basis, and it's also required to deliver it to council, so I'll have about 5 minutes or so. One important thing to note is that a lot of historic preservation is based on the National Register of Historic Places, so the national designation of historic properties. The Certified Local Government Program deals with the National Register properties, but also any locally designated properties. The CLG program in Iowa is one of the most active CLG programs in the country. In Iowa City, as you might know, we have both National Register designated properties and locally designated properties. This map happens to be a map that we provide in letters to property owners each year, and it shows all of our historic districts and conservation districts. Historic districts are also listed in the National Register of Historic Places. Conservation districts are only a local designation. In addition to these districts in the map, there are also two National Register listed districts in Iowa City that do not have a local component, the Melrose Historic District and our new Downtown Historic District. We also have 66 local landmarks that are designated. About 45 of those are listed in the National Register. There's also quite a number of National Register landmarks that are not locally designated. This is personally my favorite map because it shows all of our districts, plus all the little red dots are local landmarks that are designated in Iowa City.
Part of the report includes just general information, such as the fact that we have 12 seats on our commission. 9 of them are filled. The 3 that are not are small districts that are very hard to fill, and so we've had those open pretty regularly. Our budget is mostly from the Department of Neighborhood Development Services, but we include a little bit for our annual mailing and some training. And then, of course, we have our Historic Preservation Fund. It started in fiscal year 2017, 2018, with $40,000, and it was increased to $42,000 this past year. In the report, the first thing that the state has us do is talk about National Register listed properties, and it has us list properties that were altered, moved, or demolished in the calendar year. We really look at altered. We review applications for alterations to properties, and so those are the ones that we talk about here. There were 36 of our National Register listed properties that were altered in some way during the calendar year. This does not include what we give as a certificate of no material effect because it doesn't alter the property. This one happens to be 623 Oakland in our Longfellow Historic District, and they added a screen porch on the back and did a little bit of associated window changing. The next thing that the report does is have us talk about our local program. And the first question is whether or not we designated any local landmarks this year, and we did. We had the 937 East Davenport, the John and Anna Vrocticki Pribble Cottage. It was built in 1874. At that point, it had a family of 4 living in it for a while. And then they had 2 additions that were put on the back, both before 1920 that you can see there. So then, like the National Register question, they ask a question about locally designated properties that are not on the National Register that have been altered. And we have about 25 properties that were altered beyond a certificate of no material effect in our conservation districts or local landmarks. This happens to be one of them. In our Goosetown Horace Mann Conservation District, they had approval to remove their synthetic siding and repair the siding and trim underneath that, and it looks spectacular. It's at 426 Church Street. One of the sections also talks about the assistance that we as staff and commission provide for historic preservation projects within the community. We include in this part of the report our review data. We had 89 applications for historic review in 2022. That's out of 246 inquiries about individual properties during the same year. This is down just slightly from 2021, which is the highest year we've ever had, but it's pretty much just right in line with what we had in 2020, which was a little bit more than 2019. Our greatest benefit and assistance that we can provide is our Historic Preservation Fund. We provide $5,000 matching grants or no-interest loans to property owners. To date, there have been 43 projects on 36 different properties. This happens to be one example. It's 422 Grant Street in the Longfellow District. They had a deck approved to be replaced. The contractor removed the deck and found basically the sill plate and the studs were rotted out. And it's because somebody didn't flash properly. And so we help them with a fund to repair that part of their house. And then they'll go on later and build their deck with their own funds. The report also includes public education and outreach. This year, we had our Historic Preservation Awards. It was the 39th annual, so I can tell you that the Commission and I are very excited about this coming year because it is our 40th annual. So we'll have to come up with something exciting for that. We didn't really have much more education and outreach this year. We've done more in previous years. And then there's a section on issues, challenges, or successes. The fund increase is great because it allows us to just accept more projects right away. Challenges, the open positions on the commission has been a challenge. We've sent mailings targeted. We've tried a lot to get new commissioners. They must live within that historic district. So students are great in some of those rentals, but we still do have problems getting commissioners. And the lack of available contractors. This is a nationwide problem, not just within Iowa City, but getting contractors who know historic buildings and can work on them is a problem. So anyway, that's the end. Again, I'm Jessica Bristow, if you have any questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful transitions here.
Thank you.
All right. I'm just gonna ask for USG to come up at this time before we continue with our agenda. So as the University of Iowa Student Government, welcome.
Hi, Council. All right, so we just have 2 announcements today, the first being Town Hall. We are looking forward to seeing you all at 7 p.m. this Thursday for Town Hall. It will be a great way for the City Council and undergraduate student government to connect and discuss a variety of topics. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Noah and me. And then our other announcement is the University of Iowa's Graduate Student Union, COGS, has been protesting and continuing to protest in preparation for the union meeting with the Board of Regents, where they hope to negotiate for a 10% wage increase and paid parental leave. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you note, I'm sorry, just very quickly, remind me of the location of the town hall?
Yes, so it's going to be located in the old Capitol Senate chambers, so that's on the 2nd floor. There should be someone directing you to there.
When are COGS negotiating?
I don't know the exact date, sorry. It's very recent here.
I want to say within a couple weeks here
Yeah.
at least.
Great. Thank you both.
Great.
All right, we're going to move to item 4, which is the continuation of our fiscal year 2024 budget discussions.
Mayor, there's a memo in your packet that responds to a couple of requests that you had at your last work session. There was an interest in potentially adding some outreach positions to accelerate action in your strategic plan, as well as a grants position to allow the city to more aggressively pursue some of the new federal grant programs that are expected to roll out in the coming years. So that summary is there. As much as we try when we present the budget to give you a clear picture, it is anything but clear at this time. You've been tracking the conversations on Des Moines that are kind of, I'd like to say, kind of twofold. There's the immediate rollback issue, which we've talked about, whether they're exploring that fix. That could have a $1.7 million impact on the budget proposal that was delivered to you in December. And the second piece is more of the overarching property tax reform. And we have competing proposals that have been introduced in the House and Senate, neither of which have garnered a lot of attention to date, but we fully expect they both will garner quite a bit of attention in the coming weeks and months while session is still in, and we really have no idea how that will affect future budgets going forward. So unfortunately, I don't have that clarity, but hopefully the memo gives you some good information to continue your discussion, and I will happily do my best to answer questions for you.
Real quick question. Have they already changed some of the deadlines that we're operating under? I know that was one part of the discussion early on.
The Senate, in passing Senate File 181, which is that rollback correction, did extend the budget deadline into April. However, that is currently on the House side of things, and that has not fully passed. I believe there's a House committee on that legislation tomorrow, and I don't think anybody would be surprised to see that fly through committee and show up on the debate calendar either this week or very early next week.
The reason I ask is I'm looking at some of, and thank you for the detailed information that you put in the packet. But, I think, I, for one, would like to see us be able to do something with some of these positions that we've discussed. But I also understand that the commitment and trying to balance those two things. I'm wondering what the time frame is we have when we have answers to some of these. There's so many question marks, and so I don't want to, I'd love to keep pushing forward on these, me personally, but I also recognize, so that's what I was wondering about the date shuffling.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be hard. I mean, maybe by your next meeting, we'll know if the dates have been officially extended. The one piece of one thing you can keep in mind, if you authorize positions in the budget, we will account for those expenses in the budget. But oftentimes when it comes to reducing expenses mid-year, we'll leave positions open, unfilled. We had to do that during COVID. We had a number of positions that we didn't fill because of the immediate uncertainty around the financial situations in early 2020. So I fully would expect that you'd have this caution, and that's what I articulated in the budget. I have that same caution. One option would be for you to direct us to authorize the positions in the budget, but just understand that as we move closer to that July 1st date, we may have to analyze not only those positions that you create, but positions across the city that come open, depending on what type of legislation passes in Des Moines.
And just to put a little finer point on that, Jeff, I think in your memo, the estimates that you give for the cost is assuming that they'd be hired July 1st and would serve the full fiscal year. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
I personally feel that we should move forward with the positions. I understand the hesitancy, of course, but as we're probably going to have to, depending on situations, look at some of those open positions at some point and determine what we're going to do with them. The other thing is, I'm reminded that when positions aren't filled, those are monies that we kind of bank within our budget because we allocate full year positions and funding for full years. So I feel comfortable, if you will, taking that risk that we'll be able to fund these successfully. They're critical, they're needed positions, and I think moving forward and giving that direction is probably critical for the staff to hear that from this council.
And just to piggyback on that, I think that there is a timeliness for both of these positions, given the grant manager, the grant writer, as well as the community outreach, especially in light of what our one of our presenters was, the importance of community outreach, and I think is going to be really important. So, in both cases, I echo the mayor that if we can remain prudent, but think about this in terms of the timeliness of this. These are not positions just. Of course, they would be good to have all of the time, but I do think that at this particular juncture, it would be very good to have them. So,
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Alter, because I think, with our strategic values right in front of us here, that position just fits into all of those categories. And from what we're hearing out in the community, it's really necessary, and it's going to help with housing in neighborhoods. It's going to help with safety and well-being and equity and justice and human rights and all of those things, and be a community impact. So I just think it's really important for us to keep on top of it and make it important.
Yeah, I echo what my colleagues are saying and agree that we should move forward. I'm grateful for the way that this was framed in the memo, and Jeff and I had some longer conversations about where particularly the outreach folks should be sort of situated and how that could work, and I'm really pleased with kind of where we landed with that full-time human rights position. I think that would help fill some other gaps that we've previously identified, and that's really exciting.
Actually segues into my other question I had really nicely. Just wanted to get some more details on what a human rights engagement specialist, what that actually, a little more details on what that is, or is being conceptualized as.
Yeah, I think we'll take some time over the next few months to really focus in on that question. It's not a position that was has been fully fleshed out, right? If we're going to hire another firefighter, we know what that job description is, and we can be ready to go the next day. This is a brand new position, and so we'll probably want to research some other cities and see how they're using human rights staff. Right now, you have a two-person human rights team, and they do quite a bit for just the two of them. And one really focuses on the complaints of discrimination and really looking at those situations. And then Stephanie, who you're most familiar with, might be before you at a council meeting, manages not only the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and human rights responsibilities, but all that programming that you see in the community. We do a lot of web-based programs. We do a lot of in-person based programs. And right now that's largely falls on Stephanie's shoulders with the assistance of an intern. And I think an engagement person just helps us take that to the next level. I like to use the climate action team that we have as a good example. That's a 3-person team, and you've really been able to see since we've filled that full team, and that was one of the areas in COVID that we held back on filling. But now that we have a 3-person team in climate action, you see all kinds of outreach. You see neighborhood blitzes, you see the Climate Fest, so larger events. You see a lot of kind of short, sweet social media engagements. We're just able to do quite a bit more and reach people through a lot of different means. When you are limited with staff, you tend to find 1 or 2 areas that you can just continue to replicate, and this will just allow us to do a lot more. I know Stephanie has some ideas. We've talked about really trying to get into neighborhoods and build confidence in people to be able to step up and serve on a border commission, right? How do we tear down those barriers that might be preventing someone from saying, I want to participate in the local government process? So talked about maybe an academy where we can really walk people through what local government is here in Iowa City and how they can participate. That would be one example.
Great. Thank you.
Any other discussions related to budget? And it does sound like majority is in support of moving forward. I'm seeing that with those positions. Okay. Hearing no other discussion on the fiscal 24 budget, then we're going to go on to clarification of agenda items. All right. Hearing nothing there.
Well, maybe just to comment on the clarification of the agenda itself. I love the new way
Yes.
that it is on the internet and in
Yeah.
the packet. Thank you.
Yes. I'd like that. Yeah, it's clear.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So I have a very basic question. Am I remembering correctly that the bulleted list of pending upcoming topics, potential topics, that's a prioritized list?
No.
No. Okay.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No. And
That's good.
if there's no questions on the agenda items, maybe we can jump in.
Sorry.
We're going
I
to
didn't
jump
mean to.
into information packets.
Sorry, I hopped in too quick, but
Okay. I can elaborate on what I've put forward here.
Yeah, so we're going to go in order of the info packets. So we're going to start with January 12th.
Just like to mention that the Joint Emergency Communication Services Association, or JEC as we call it, submitted their annual report to us. And that Councilor Taylor's been serving on that board, and Councilor Burgess will be joining that board going forward.
Information packet January 19th.
I just wanted to ask, actually, I believe it is IP 9 on the draft minutes of the ad hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission, that my understanding is that that staff has been working to get contracts out to the individual to the different folks?
Yes.
Where are we at, where is staff at in the process?
Yeah, so the 5 consultants? Are we at 5?
I think it may be more than that.
Okay. The proposal included a number of organizations and scopes that were designed to work together in concert. They fell short quite a bit. There was a lot of questions unanswered for us as we have to put together detailed scopes of services for the actual legal agreements. So earlier in January, we sent a list of clarifying questions to all of the consultants. We got responses back late in the day on Friday, close to end of business on Friday, and we're evaluating those. But our intent is to develop the 5 or more consultant agreements that will have to be developed in order to accomplish this, present those back to the TRC so that they have an understanding of what they're recommending to you after we've gone through these clarifications, and then assuming continued support from the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions, we'd present those to you.
Just for clarification about how many entities are present and so forth, you may recall that there's, Kearns and West and Think Peace and 3 Native Partners and Healing Partners. Healing Partners includes 2 entities, Astig and Eastern Iowa Mediation. We asked for the legal entity for the 3 Native Partners, and they indicated that they didn't have one. They would want to just set aside money for each of the 3 partners, and so we would be sending to individuals. Presumably that would mean 3 contracts, or at least 1 contract with 3 signatures with them. There's a lot there going on.
Sounds like really fun legal drafting, actually, Eric.
Yeah.
Do you know when that part might get to the commission?
No. Well, I mean, I don't know how far we want to dig into this topic right now, but yeah, I mean, we're going to need to go back to, I think the next step is going back to the TRC and saying, all right, this appears to be the structure. We've got all these separate entities, none of whom is willing to be the kind of prime. Whoops. And that's the part, if I had, 2 cents to offer here, it would be, normally we're used to dealing with a prime contractor who subcontracts get all the work done. So we have one single contact. We don't have that here. They would like to put much of that work on some city staff. That is yet to be identified, how that would work. So we need to kind of make sure that we, staff, and the TRC are on the same page about what they want, how they want to see it achieved. And then once we come to that understanding, then we could, draft some contracts that, actualize that, which will, of course, come back to you folks for your approval as well.
Anything else from January 19th? January 26th?
IP2 is that long-term debt disclosure report, which I think is just a fantastic companion to your budget detailed reading. So I would encourage folks, if they didn't dig in on that, it's just such good information.
You just made our finance staff's day. That was very kind of you. Thank you.
Moving on to February 2nd and IP6. So we'll have our city manager take us away on that.
Yeah, so I took some liberties here, and if I did anything that you want to unwind, I will certainly help you do that. But coming off the strategic plan, I thought it would be good for staff to identify so that the items that we think will require some council deliberation before significant early progress could be made. So what I did is I went through the strategic plan and I added those items. They are not in any priority order. I think they're probably in page order of your strategic plan. I did forget one, and I will add that in future updates to this, but the Dodge Street two-way conversion, I think we want to get with you on that planning piece early. and make sure that you have an understanding of how we're going to evaluate that and we can look at that. So you can see, you will see that in future editions. But again, these are ones in which we feel like we need your input. It does not mean that we're ready for those discussions on all of those. We still need to kind of talk through that as a group at these meetings. But if you see something in there that you're anxious to have a discussion on, we'll do our best to prioritize those. For the other topics that aren't specific action items on your plan, I just put those in a different category. That doesn't mean they don't relate to the plans. That just means that they're not specifically articulated in your plan. So this was my attempt to just kind of get you to keep that plan in front of you, keep that focus in front of you, and consider that when you're thinking about adding other topics to the pending list. If you back up to the memo that precedes the new pending list, I did list 5 bullets in there. Those are the items that I removed. If you'd like to see any of those back in, we certainly can. I just felt that they were either encompassed by other items or it's been on there for a year or more and we just haven't had movement on it. But again, happy to add those back in if you'd like to see those in.
I just had a question. What is the long-term planning work group?
That just refers to our urban planning staff. So at some time, we were thinking we wanted to come before you and just kind of list out, here's all the things that we've been asked to do, here's the stuff that staff has identified on our own that need to be done. So you could think of it as additional form-based codes, comp plan district updates, code changes for climate action, code changes for affordable housing. You know, we've got a laundry list of things that we would like to do when it comes to analyzing the zoning code and the comprehensive plan. But as we've talked about, we only have enough staff to tackle a few of those at any given time. So that is something that at one time we were going to come to you and say, here's how staff's prioritize this work. Here's kind of the list that we're going down. With the bullet 3 on your strategic plan, that's the whole update of the comprehensive plan, and then followed by a zoning code. We felt all of that prioritization would probably get wrapped up into that discussion.
I have a question, basically, I don't know, to everyone, council, and to you, Jeff. Under other topics, we do have the ICC SD request for the preschool initiative, and I know that there's a sense of urgency from ICCSD, sorry. And I'm just wondering if it makes sense to figure out a time so that we can have and we've talked about having a conversation with them, having some representatives come in, and that's definitely something that, given the kind of calendar that they've been looking at, it would be great if we could do that sometime soon.
Yeah, so I've offered the 21st to the school district. This is kind of late in the day,
So we're just
Friday.
waiting on
We
it?
had a conversation, so
Okay.
I'm waiting to hear back if that will
Awesome.
work for whoever they're going to have present
Thank
to
you.
us.
And then another, it's sort of a PS or an addendum to, since the updates for ARPA are on there. Actually, Councilor Burgess and I were talking about ARPA dollars that might be going towards climate action, and I was asking, I said, I'm honestly having a blank screen moment and not remembering what kind of initiatives, and she said they hadn't really been fully developed. And so there could be an opportunity for us to discuss the use of ARPA dollars for climate action, specifically, actually, rather than owning and maintaining e-bikes. I'm sorry, I'm just like blurting this out, so it's just up to think about, not to discuss, right? But that we would be able to potentially use vouchers. So I'm just would like to have that put up onto everybody's radar, since we do have a timeline on that too. Not as urgent as the school district and their desires, but we do need to spend ARPA dollars by, a certain time. So I just put that out there as a pending topic.
So generally, the rule of thumb has been that if you want to add to the pending list, you have to have three council colleagues to do that. and that's where you all kind of create this list, and then ultimately you
Tell
control
you
the
what,
schedule.
if you don't want to answer right yet, think about it and let me know.
So we're talking about having a discussion of how to spend our climate action bucket.
That would be best way.
I think that should be on the list and could be coordinated with a staff. You know, when staff is at the point of having those recommendations, that's when we're nailing that down.
Yeah.
I would agree.
If I could throw out another topic that I'd love, and this is actually more short-term than long-term, but for our next work session, I have some concerns over some HCDC recent decisions on legacy agency funding that I would love to see on our work session for discussion at our next meeting, if there are at least a couple other counselors that would be amenable to that.
Yeah, I would support that.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Sorry, did we get 4? Sorry.
I think so.
Okay.
Did we get 4? I don't want to.
I saw John, Pauline, and Sean. I may have missed a 4th, sorry.
Yeah.
We need 4. Andrew?
Did you get on the work session?
Yeah.
You have to
Three.
get 4.
Oh,
3.
I think it's 3.
Yeah, we typically do 3 or 4, but I think you can make it with 3.
Okay.
I think the rules we adopted said 3.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll certainly add it then.
Okay.
One thing on the list of the items that were deleted from the previous pending list that I wanted to mention was, on the first item, there was that one had a couple of issues associated with it, but the plan for the equitable distribution of destination parks concept within easy and safe distance of all residences. You know, I think we're making great progress on our new development. Our new development is really focused on in making sure that that kind of access to open spaces are integrated into our plans. This was something that I had been concerned with, and it really relates to existing neighborhoods where no such destination parks exist, and exploring ways in which we could try to achieve that level of access. It was identified in the Parks Master Plan. There were certain areas that were identified as being deficient in terms of, on kind of a social equity basis, park access. So I'm still concerned about that. I mean, there are neighborhoods in Iowa City, existing neighborhoods, which don't have central gathering places. And if, in my mind, that's, you know, as we're seeing with the new development, kind of a foundational element. And that's great. You know, I love to see the parks incorporated. I love to see the traffic circles being incorporated on our street designs for safety. But in our existing neighborhoods, in a sense, when we create these opportunities in the newer neighborhoods, we're reinforcing the inequities of those existing neighborhoods which don't have them, because there are now new neighborhoods which, you know, have incorporated them. So I don't know, I'm really would like to see that still in there, at least having a response, you know, looking at the city in terms of where we see gaps, and at least deciding what, if anything, we can do about it.
I'd be in favor of that.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
We'll add that first bullet back in. Does the council still want the rubberized surfacing piece of that?
That's, I think we can
So we can take out that first piece and just start with develop strategies? Okay, seeing a few head nods. Okay.
Yep. Anything else? We're going to save council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees. You'll be able to add that on when you give your updates at the end of the formal meeting. Other than that, we are
recessing.
Oh, I don't know if we intend to come back.
Well, I'm sorry. Oh, did you intend to come
Yeah,
back?
well,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
no.
With council updates. Got it.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
sorry.
no. So we are adjourned. I didn't realize.
Good morning. What's going on?
Sold.
It'll sound good to me.
Love it. All right, we are ready to start. This is Tuesday, February 7th, 2023, and this is the City of Iowa City Council meeting, and I'm going to say roll call, please.
Alter?
Here.
Burgess?
Here.
Dunn?
Here.
Harmson?
Here.
Taylor?
Here.
Teague?
Here.
Thomas?
Here.
All right, I want to welcome everyone to your City Hall, and to anyone online, welcome as well. We're going to start out with proclamations, which is 2, agenda item number 2, 2A. All right. Whereas 1976, February has been designated as a month to celebrate the rich legacy of Black Americans and their many contributions to this country. And whereas the City Council of Iowa City has identified the advancement of racial equity, social justice, and human rights as one of the pillars of the city's strategic plan. And whereas the council is committed to improving racial equity within city government and throughout our city as a whole. And whereas more remains to be done, this commitment is currently being demonstrated through efforts such as the Racial Equity and Social Justice Grant Program, the use of racial equity toolkits, the racial diversification of the city's workforce, and the establishment of the Ad Hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And whereas this commitment extends to celebrating the important roles that African American leaders, educators, and social justice pioneers, such as Archibald A. Alexander, Elizabeth Catlett, Philip G. Hubbard, Helen Lemming, Elizabeth Tate, and James Alec McPherson have played in the Iowa City's history and culture. And whereas Black history is important in its own right, but we Iowa Cityans who are not Black have an opportunity to recognize that Black history is a part of our history, and thereby to help us co-imagine and co-construct a future that will be good for all of us. And whereas the city departments have planned a variety of activities and programs to acknowledge Black History Month, including the Senior Center, Climate Action and Outreach, Equity and Human Rights, and the library. More details on the programs can be found by visiting the city's website. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2023 to be Black History Month. And we are excited to have quite a few community members here to accept this proclamation. And we will have Commissioner Roger Lucella from the Human Rights Commission, Ismail from the Sudanese Commission. I believe the last name is pronounced Al-Naon. Anmi Kish, who is the chair of the African Community Network. Jean Marie Adiam, chairperson of the Congolese community. And Monique Washington, who is a community member, and our dear Mrs. Marion Coleman of Black Voices. In that order. And I'm going to come and give you all a proclamation at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bruce, and thank you, Council. My name is Roger Lucella. I'm the chair of the Human Rights Commission. I'm here with my fellow commissioner, John V., she's back there, and Bijou Maliabo as well. We are the Human Rights Commissioner, and we have the whole Black and African American community here to accept this award. So I'm going to make a few remarks, then they all can come and say that. The Black and African American in Iowa City is made up of many groups. We have the Native, the people that were born here, and we have some of the community pillars that are here, Mr. Townsend, and we have Marianne Coleman. We have many people here. But we also have our immigrant community that not only they come over here for a chance of a better life, like myself, but also contribute to this community that we call home. So I'm going to make my remarks as a representative of the Human Rights Committee and Commission, then they can also make their remarks as well. Black and African American history is American history. There is no disputing that. Black and African American have made immeasurable contribution which have enriched this country, this county, and this city. Indeed, the life of every American. Every American should acknowledge and be thankful for the contribution Black and African American have made and continue to make. Every young Black and African American should be proud because we are standing on the shoulders of the giant and history makers. We have many of them in the room here today. Through our history to the present, Black and African American have experienced and endured inhumanity and injustices, inequity, not just from societal and institutional biases, but also from other Americans we call friends, co-workers, and neighbors. And even including the many deaths in the hands of police, the people who vow to serve and protect us. It is a moral imperative that each of us, you and I, should learn and continue to learn about history of Black and African American, not just the past history, but the present history. We have Black and African American history makers among us today, the present one. Our very own two-term Mayor Bruce T., who is a Black, openly gay man. We have our very own Roseanne Porter, who made history last year as the first Black chair of the Johnson County Board of Supervisors. We must shed light and condemn the humanity and justice with Black American that continue experience today. I want to take also this moment to applaud the city of Iowa City and its commitment to extend and celebrate the important roles Black and African American have played in our community with education, with social justice, and racial equity. Example of that is naming some of our schools here. We have Alexander, we have Ellen Lemmy, and we have Elizabeth Tate. I also want to applaud the city for recognizing social justice and racial equity in our strategic planning. And the commitment that the council have by allocating $100,000 for grants that the Human Rights Commission does process to advance racial equity and social justice. Today, I call upon each of us, everybody in here, the community, to listen to our Black and African American friends, co-workers, and neighbors, and to learn about our experiences, and to continue to fight on teaching our kids about the history of Black and African American in the classroom. Until that becomes a reality, it is our responsibility to teach our children about our history on our dinner tables, to talk about the history of Black and African American in our churches, in family gathering, and to read about it in our book clubs. We all need to confront and end biases and take action to realize true reforms in ourselves first, our community, our culture, our institution, And with humanity and love for one another, we can make our community a better place to live, work, and play. I thank those that came before us that have worked so hard, so some of us, African, black African, we can come to this country and also live the American dream. Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Ismail Anur. I'm from Sudanese community. I'm here to accept this proclamation, and we thank IOCD and thank the mayor for invitation. Also, we recognize this month for Black History, and also we thank IOCD for organizing us and as communities here and supporting all the communities in the city. Also, we are very thankful for these moments to present our community, the Sudanese community, to make them a part of this community and help her and make this community move forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Kiche. I'm the president or the chair of the African Community Network. Thank you so much, City Council, for having me here. Unfortunately, I wasn't really prepared to come and give a speech because I was told last minute that this was going on. But I'm really grateful that you have a place where we can come and talk about issues that affect us in our everyday life within Iowa City. So thank you very much, and I accept the proclamation.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jean-Marie. I'm the chairperson of the Congolese community of Iowa.
Welcome.
I'm here with two of my community members, Ms. Ines and the secretary, Patrick.
Right.
First of all, we thank you for inviting the Congolese community. It looks for us as a recognition of the community. Really, most of Congolese community are immigrants, really, so we have a lot of problem of integration. So that's why, due to the bad experience we have or we encounter in this country, so we are helping our community to live or to reach the dream that they have in living the country for coming to the America, really. So mostly we have trouble about our youth. So we register many, many losses due to reckless driving, the police and something. So now we are planning to, we are conducting now a census, as you can see. We have a census for all Congolese community to know really the number of Congolese community where they are in the city that they live here, so that we can, the community can extend its services to those who need and help all Congolese to overcome the issues that they have here. That's really our important role that we want to do. So we want to give everybody, from Congolese community, to live or to have a better life here. That's how we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Monique Washington. It is a pleasure to stand here before you guys and recognize Black History Month. As you can see from the people that are here, we are a diverse community. Our history didn't start here. We have a rich history. It's painful, but it's rich and it's beautiful. And we need to have Black history taught in our schools and in our community. I think that's very important. And I feel that if you have somebody who has an act called the Stop Woke Act to stop teaching Black history, I hope that this community never gets to that place. And so I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
My name is Marion Coleman, and I'd like to say thank you so much for recognizing Black history as you see it, and you do see it. Also, It is a pleasure to know that our city council is aware of the discrepancies in what happens in our schools. I was in the school district for 40 years in the Iowa City Community School District. I was the equity director. I was a federal compliance officer. I am also the first African American to ever retire from the Iowa City Community School District in 100 years. So we have a lot of work to do. We have things that we need to address. We have to step up. We have to take action. I don't mean to sound like the civil rights worker I was growing up in the South, but it is a pleasure for me to live in Iowa City. I grew up in South Carolina, where the only thing we saw were black and white people. But look around us tonight. We see people from everywhere. My kids and my grandchildren will be able to experience different cultures and will know that they aren't the lone stranger when it comes to working on ways that we can always get along, that we can all look at each other, lend a hand of support. I thank you very much for noticing that this is necessary. It speaks volumes. I am so happy to be here, and I am so happy to have lived in Iowa City for over 50 years. I went to school a lot of different places before coming here, but my real education started when I came here. Part of it was painful. Growing up in South Carolina, I grew up when we were demonstrating, when we had the pairing plan so children could decide which school, kind of what they're trying to do in Iowa now. We did it in Carolina. But I grew up in Iowa. I learned to recognize all kinds of different people who needed things. I came here off of the civil rights movement. And so I had the impression that, who am I? Because I'm black. What's going to happen to me? And then I got the equity job in the school district. And I found out, no, there are a lot of people who need support. Special ed children, people from different cultures, children who don't speak English as a second language. I learned that I had to respect the genders of all people. I learned that I had to support them, defend them, encourage them, embrace them, and help them to feel welcome in this community. I had a hard time doing that, but because I am old as dirt, and because I have been here for a very long time, I guess what Connie Champion told me once was that I had assimilated. I don't think I have assimilated. I think what I have done is grown up in Iowa City, recognizing all the wonderful people in our world. Thank you for this recognition.
Thank you. We're gonna have Supervisor Porter give remarks.
Yes. Supervisor, County Supervisor Roy Sam Porter, just want to say thank you for this proclamation. Really look very proud to stand here to see our elderly who have stood before me, whose shoulders I have stood on, and I'm going to acknowledge them as well as Marianne Coleman, Edith Orville, and Billy Townsend. Could y'all stand, please? Orville has been here since 1962, and they have put in the work in the community as well as Marion. But I stand here just to state that you all as City Council know what we went through. And today it is Black History, and we were hurt from what we heard and what had happened. We have put that behind us, but we'll never forget it, and I want you to know that. We will never forget what you did to us because of the simple fact we have stood up in this community with all of you on issues of any type of hate crime, any. Whether it be in the Sudanese community, Congolese, the Jew, whatever it is, we have stood there, but when it happened to us, we didn't have that same support. And so just for us to recognize Black History Month this month, I do want to invite you all to come out. Black Voices is partnering with the city of Coralville to do a community soul food dinner in which Henry Harper started over probably 15 years ago. And so to continue that, what we do each year, we haven't done it. This will be the first year coming back after COVID. We will be at the Coralville Library February the 17th at 5:30. It will begin at 5:30, and there is going to be a movie that's going to be shown, which is called The Soul Food Junkies. It's a documentary. So we invite the community, we invite Johnson County, Iowa City, Coralville, North Liberty. We want people to come out, and this is a way of fellowship along with good eating. I also would like to talk to you in regards to Team CAN, who has on their Facebook page, we are fundraising to continue to take our students of color, white students, Asians, it don't matter, but these kids will continue to go on the Civil Rights Tour and the HBCU tour, in which we start out in Memphis, Tennessee. We take them to Slave Haven, going over to the Stax Museum, and then we go down to Selma, Alabama. They get off the bus, and they go across the bridge. They walk across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. When they leave the Edmund Pettus Bridge, we go into a museum in that park. When we leave there, we head down from Montgomery, Alabama, to Birmingham, Alabama. We do the 16th Street Church. We do everything from the lynching museums all the way. It's a learning history, and it's not just for the children. A couple of years ago, we had Mayor Jim Throckmorton go, along with Rockney Cole, some members of City Council, and I would urge you to please consider going on this trip because it's a very learning, educational piece. So we are now fundraising for this. It is social and racial justice for us to continue to our kids to get the education that they need, so that in order for them to know where they're going, they need to know where they come from. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for coming out for the proclamation, and council, if you all can just hold on one second. We have our first Sudanese American that was elected in the entire United States. Mazahir Salih, super happy that you're here. If you would like to have any words, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really have nothing to say, but I just like that you guys, including every Black community, like every Black in this community together, and you brought them together. And I'm sure they will be together all the time on this fight. And thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. And thanks to everyone that came for this proclamation. All right, we're going to move on to our consent agenda, which is items 3 through 8. Could I get a motion to approve consent agenda items 3 through 8?
So moved, Taylor.
Second, Burgess.
All right, anyone from the public like to discuss this topic? Any topic that is within our consent agenda? Seeing no one in person or online. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are on to item number 9, which is our community comment. This is an opportunity for individuals to speak on any item that is not on our agenda. And we will ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And there is a sticker in the back for people to place in the basket up here or on the sheet, or you can write your name. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. I'm Judy Fole, president of the Tainakai neighborhood have been for over 30 years. First, I want to thank the city for the planned replacement of the old wooden structures at Kiwanis Park. Second, I want to thank the staff for the posting the transcripts last week of the November 30th hybrid meeting about the Southwest Rort Plan. Third, I want to thank the council members who reached out to me this week and provided information about the Abbey Lane Sewer Replacement Project that had not been approved yet to go out for bid. Fourth, I was out of state this weekend when an Abbey Lane neighbor created a petition against narrowing the street after the larger sewer line is installed down the middle. I'd like to hand in the petition with the 20 addresses and names attached for the record. I don't know who to hand it to. Oops. Thank you. The city's council members will be getting an email with the same petition information on it, so you don't have to look at that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Council, could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved.
Second, Taylor.
Moved by Dunn, seconded by Taylor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. My name is
Been
Billy
one day.
Townsend, and I have a concern that I thought I would, since this is Black History Month, I wanted to, and of course my crazy phone is not doing what I want it to do, but my concern is the things going on in Florida right now with diversity, with Ron DeSantis banning diversity and inclusion initiatives in the Florida universities. And I'm hoping that we can be woke and know what's going on in the country so that nothing happens like this in our Iowa City community. I think it's, from what he's saying, I'm going to read just a little bit of what DeSantis said Tuesday, that he intends to ban state universities from spending money on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives in hopes that they will wither on the vine without funding. The reason I'm concerned is that here in Iowa City at the University of Iowa, I understand, they're looking at all the diversity programs. And I'm hoping that they aren't planning to take any initiatives to cut these programs. But I wanted to bring it to your attention so that we could understand what's going on in our country, especially during Black History Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Lori Benz. I'm a resident of Iowa City. I want to address the City Council tonight about the Senior Center's facility plans. As you know, the Senior Center is assessing building restoration options. I want to provide some historical context for the original decision-making to locate the Senior Center at its current site that you might not otherwise receive. In 1981, Betty Mizell and I helped to open the Senior Center after considerable input and planning by the City of Iowa City, Johnson County Board of Supervisors, and older community members. The location had been carefully studied and met two important goals of the city and the Council of Elders, a representative advisory group at that time. First, the center would serve as another key anchor venue in the downtown area, along with the public library, Robert A. Lee Recreation Center, and the Ped Mall. These sites were envisioned as destinations for residents that would promote greater interaction of diverse citizens, facilitate an increased use of the city-supported services and local businesses, and spur the overall vitality of the downtown area. The transportation services, including the Central Municipal Bus Exchange, the Seats Agency, and planned parking ramps, all were seen as supporting the Senior Center and downtown revitalization. Importantly, housing for older adults such as Ecumenical Towers and Capitol House was being built in the downtown area and still exists today to further support the involvement, well-being, and continued contributions of older folks to their community. The second goal of locating the senior center downtown, like the first, continues to be very relevant today. The location was intended to help keep older adults engaged in the larger community. Too often, they are segregated, isolated, and otherwise limited as full community participants. The visibility of active older adults in the downtown area challenges social stereotypes and, most importantly, contributes to the city's desired goals of inclusivity, citizen engagement, and a thriving community. Yes, the so-called greatest generation that Betty and I served is dwindling fast, and
Thank
baby
you.
boomers are taking their place.
Thank you. Thank you. You had 3 minutes. Sorry. Thank you. Yep. Yep, you can submit it there. Thank you. Yep, thank you. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved, Taylor.
Second, Alter.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Would anyone else like to address any item that is not on the council agenda? Seeing no one in public, seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public comment period. Item number 10 is planning and zoning matters. 10A is West Benton Street and Orchard Street. Ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 3.52 acres of land located north of West Benton Street and west of Orchard Street from low-density single-family residential with a planned development overlay and riverfront crossing through Orchard to riverfront crossing Orchard. I'm going to open the public hearing. All right. So we're going to start with comments from our, I don't know if staff want to come up at all. Okay.
If you need to revisit anything from our presentation last meeting, we can do that, but otherwise, we were going to let you just continue the public hearing.
Great. I don't know if the applicant or the developer wants to say any comments at this time. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the time. Brian Bell, Axon Consultants, here representing the applicant and applicant here as well, with a couple individuals who certainly can speak and answer any questions as well. Thank you for the time, both the Planning and Zoning Commission and Council. I know you put in additional time for the work session this evening, as well as the city staff and the neighborhood who have been willing to be involved in our neighbor meetings. Though I understand some of the questions and concerns, I think it is getting a little bit lost with everybody on what the issue is, though, in terms of rezoning, which, as you look at the items, is pretty straightforward and clear-cut in reality. This area is already approved as a riverfront crossing. It's in the comp plan that the city council one time approved. Also, the southern two buildings that are part of the three buildings in the concept are already rezoned as riverfront crossings. This is just a rezoning of it because of the CZA previously approved. So these items are already being handled. In fact, on that southern two buildings, originally was approved for 125 units. This proposal on the two southern buildings is only 100 units. It's actually a decrease in units from what we are showing in concept as part of this rezoning. Again, there were two similar sized buildings there. We have the pedestrian trail, everything else that meets that CZA from 2019. There are several items of concern that have continued to approach. And again, I believe they've all been addressed, either by city code or by city policy and by city staff. The affordable housing that we're well aware of, again, will be met, whether it be fee in lieu of or units within the building by city code, and they intend to do that, and we'll have to do that. Traffic, we've already, I know if you're part of the work session, heard from Kent Ralston in Traffic Engineering. We have accepted all the additional requirements for the traffic signal and the turn lanes and the costs that go with that. It has been shown and proven through the study and by city staff and engineer, that will improve, that we can coordinate those communications and timings between those signals to make this flow well in Benton Street. Previously, not even tonight, but before, there was some concerns with parking, all of that, which will be met by city code and needs to be met by city code with the site plan process. And then I know there's been some concern with transition in terms of building heights and density. Again, everything that is set forth in the riverfront crossings, which is under this comp plan, will be addressed. There is a 3-story height requirement that they will be meeting. And as we decrease in height from the east to the west to the single-family residential, I would like to note, though, too, that if you go just another 400 feet to the west of our project, there's multi-story, multi-family buildings located there, also adjacent to the single-family residential, and will continue to be. So we've just struggled with the fact that we've met all these concerns. We've gone through a number of different evolutions of this project, from one large mass building originally with a different additional neighbors and parcels to 3 smaller buildings and a much smaller site to try to get a product in here that still works and brings a great product to the city of Iowa City. So I appreciate your time. Certainly happy to answer any questions. I know Aptitude and others are here to speak as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Zach Feldman. I work at the applicant Aptitude Development. Mayor Teague, city council members, and the people of Iowa City. We thank you for the opportunity to discuss our proposed rezoning and for the opportunity to potentially become a member of the community for many years to come. We've presented in front of you a number of times previously, but I'd like to formally introduce our group. Aptitude Development is a 9-year-old company focusing on residential housing around the country. We take a unique approach to development by working with city staff, neighborhood groups, and undertaking extensive market research to create products that deliver a catered user experience to all of our residents. We never want to drop a box in the same place. Every location is different. We never go in thinking we know best. We approach each project from the point of what is the highest and best use, and how can we build something from nothing that is needed here. The project in front of you today underwent 6+ months of varying design and progression with 20+ iterations based on feedback from city staff. As you know, city staff fully supports the proposed rezoning. The original building design has been cut in half, as Brian had mentioned, and the building has been separated into 3 detached structures that provide ample buffer from our neighbors to the west, integration of the public pedestrian path, solar elements, EV car sharing programs, and public upgrades that benefit the neighborhood and all the buildings surrounding it. A few years ago, the city rezoned more than half of this site, setting a thoughtful framework for how future development in this neighborhood would progress. This project will fully comply with the parameters set by the city. As it stands today, a developer, whether it's us or someone else, could go build what is already zoned on approximately 2/3 of the site that is currently there. That zoning does not have density limits, and that is something that our project looks to account for in terms of proper planning. What we are proposing helps elevate and expand on the previous rezoning by providing proper parking counts, proper safety and ADA compliance, and creating a new addition to the community. This is something that we can all be proud of if it does go through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Welcome.
Who are you? My name is Jared Hutter. I'm a co-founder of Aptitude Development, and as Zach mentioned, we are a development firm based in New Jersey. We've been doing this around the country now for 9-10 years, and as we get really involved in projects, we spend a lot of time in the local community. So over the last 6+ months, I've spent a lot of time getting to know this area, and I really understand the affinity that everybody has for it. After hearing in the work session earlier, talking to people around the city, hearing the comments from people, I get it why you guys love this area, right? This is a very unique place, and we really appreciate the opportunity to hopefully become part of that community for many years to come. When we build projects, we really pour our heart and soul into it. And it's not the same project everywhere. You know, as Zach mentioned, we really design projects that fit the local area. And we try to take all the local concerns and think about them and incorporate them into our design and into our game planning. And the two biggest things that we've really heard from a pushback perspective over the last, today, earlier in the work session and the previous meetings have really been about traffic and affordable housing. So, just briefly speaking about those, from a traffic, as was mentioned earlier by the city engineer, a traffic study was done for a smaller project and a signal would already be put in place. I think the important thing to note here, though, is while adding housing stock here certainly will add cars, let's think about who the end users of these units ultimately are. We are a student housing development company, so primarily these will be students who are living here. They are not your 9-to-5 type workers, causing traffic during rush hour. It is much more off the beaten path from a trip perspective in terms of when they go, and I think that gets lost a lot of times when people just think about adding housing stock. So I just wanted to point that piece of it out. From an affordable housing standpoint, there's a couple pieces. Number one is the houses today that we're proposing to demolish and replace, they're all rented to students, right? It's not that we're proposing to displace anybody, from an affordable unit. In fact, I would argue it's completely the opposite. By adding potentially 189 units to this area, you're almost doubling the housing stock in the area. Adding supply makes housing more affordable. There's no question about that. More supply, if demand is somewhat the same, will ultimately result in more affordable housing in the overall area. The demand for this and the ultimate market for these units, again, it's students, pulling them out of some of the other rental properties that are there and making them much more, those properties can then be sold at more affordable prices to everyone in the area. Again, I think it's been misconstrued a couple of times from a zoning perspective of exactly what, is being proposed here. It's not 3.5 acres that's being rezoned. That seems to have been lost at some point. It's only about 1.5 acres. But the large majority of this property has already been rezoned, and we can go build, or somebody can go build a project about 2/3 the size, 100+ units on that piece. So I think incorporating the rest of this here by rezoning this makes a lot of sense. Ultimately, it takes more cars off the street because the back portion that we're asking to rezone is where we're putting a lot of the parking. So it makes the project that much better. And I really hope that you guys can take the holistic view and think about what the ultimate end goal here is from the proposal, as opposed to just thinking about rezoning and being short-sighted from a housing perspective. The evolution of this project has really been great. We've been working on this now for many, many months, and understanding the height limits that you guys have, we're not proposing to go against any of that. It really does take into consideration the transition of the overall area, going from 4 stories down on Benton all the way down, or on Riverside, I should say, all the way down to 2 stories on the other side. So the setbacks really, account for the transition, and I think that's incorporated in here. And lastly, I would just, let you guys know, look, we're looking to make a significant investment here. When we invest in communities, we're there for a long time. I can't tell you we'll never sell the project, but we intend to be in these projects for a very, very long time. We've only sold 2 of the 10 buildings that we have. That we've built. So I really hope you guys will allow us the opportunity to make the investment here and create significant amounts of jobs, both construction jobs for the next couple of years, and then also the permanent jobs that will be created both on-site and off-site as a result. So thank you very much.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you for coming and sharing with council. So you mentioned that as far as the affordable, I think I heard you say that what you're going to be creating might be more affordable. Did I hear that correctly?
No, so to clarify that, so what I said was by adding housing stock to the area, our numbers, we think we're about doubling the housing stock in that small section over there, what ultimately should make other houses more affordable for others. As kids stop renting in some of those houses, they can then be sold and people can then move into them.
When you talked about not displacing the current residents, which you presented this, so I'm just going to go with it. Do you know what the current market rate rents are there?
I believe they're in the $600 a month range.
And is that per person?
Yes.
And are you proposing that you'll be around there or greater?
Our pro forma right now has about $700 per person, with figured we're 3 years out. So
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
we're not trying to compete, from a student housing perspective. We understand that there's two different markets. There's multiple different markets here, right? You have the high-rise developments that are going on, further in the downtown area. We're not trying to compete with those, right? This is a totally different area. We're trying to deliver a different living experience for everybody, definitely on the more affordable side compared to some of those projects. We're not competing with them.
Thank you. Okay. All right, I'm going to open it up for anyone from the public that would like to come and speak on this topic. And we ask that you either place a sticker in the basket that might or might not be there, or write your name on the sign-in list, and you'll be given up to 3 minutes for comments. Welcome at this time anyone that want to speak. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Ginny Rue, and I live at 302 West Benton Street. And as you can imagine, this development impacts me greatly. And the first thing I want to say is that transitioning into the neighborhood, he said it's going down to 2 levels. It's not. It's going down to 3 levels. For transitioning from the 4-level building that's already there by Riverside Drive down to 3 levels in the building, and then to homes, that doesn't seem like much of a transition to me. I feel like it's going to destroy our neighborhood. When you talk about 189 units that are going in, I don't think it really matters whether there are 3 buildings or 1 building. It's still 189 units. It's still going to impact us dramatically. I think the traffic is just going to be a nightmare. I really do. I think especially if you do put a stoplight in there, it's just going to be terrible. There's less than a block between the Orchard Benton Street intersection and the Riverside Drive Benton Street intersection. And even if they coordinate the lights so that they're green at the same time, you're always going to have people coming southbound on Riverside Drive who turn right on red. They're going to back up against a red light there. And then you've got the traffic from the south coming around on an arrow to a red light. And then when it turns green, there's going to be all this traffic already backed up. And I think the traffic backed across Riverside Drive is going to be phenomenal during rush hour. I think it's just a nightmare. It's going to increase traffic on Benton, Orchard, Miller, and Hudson. I talked to the fire chief, Scott Lyon, yesterday, and he said that there hasn't been any decision made about whether it's going to be safe for the fire trucks. He said it's still in the rezoning segment of it, but he said anything that goes against fire code or impedes anything with the fire trucks, of course he wouldn't approve it. And he said he can't say that until they go beyond the level that it's at now, beyond the conceptualizing level. I think it's going to strongly negatively impact our modest neighborhood. We have medium to low income houses that are dear to us, and we don't want to see a big development project.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? And if you're wanting to address, feel free to just line up in the middle. Could I see a show of hands of who all wants to address this topic? Okay. Yep. And you can feel free to line up whenever you are ready. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Dietz. I live at 171 Prairie Hill Lane, right off of Miller. I'm here to express my disapproval of the presented plan to build three-story units north of Benton Street and west of, and that would be east of Miller Avenue, south of the railroad tracks. I'm here to present a pictometry image of the site that also includes Prairie Hill, and this is from Johnson County plans. Benton Street is a critical road used by emergency vehicles to reach the University Hospital. 2 Saturdays ago, from Riverside Drive, I saw 13 westbound cars proceed up the hill, leaving little access for additional traffic. The proposed development on 3.5 acres is designed to have 189 units and 183 parking spaces. The nearby Prairie Hill Homeowners Association, with a built-out area of about 3.5 acres, supports about 37 units. So from observations I have made of traffic on Benton Street and Miller, the roads would not be able to accommodate well the car traffic associated with the proposed development. Currently, Miller Street allows parking, and often cars traveling in opposing directions need to slow way down to proceed without an accident. I think it's a bad plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Lisa Wallach. I live at 534 Olive Street. This development probably won't impact me personally all that much. I'm not sure about whatever you have planned for the corner of Myrtle and Riverside Drive, because that's been torn down and just sitting empty. But it seems to me there's a glut of housing in this community. Seems there's a lot of empty homes and apartments, and all these apartment buildings that have gone up with retail space that sits empty for years. I don't see how that's good for a community. If no one can afford to rent out the space, it's not doing anybody any good. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Fell, and I reside on Douglas Street, 434 Douglas Street, in the Douglas Court area. And I'm here to express my deep concerns over this proposed construction. When I first started putting my concerns in writing, I came up with 5 questions that I think are significant for the council, not only to have answers, but to have their own answers to. One is, has the council done a supply and demand evaluation to determine the need for additional 189 units? Second, has the council taken into consideration the fact that the university has adopted a virtual learning society, allowing students to take portions or entire classes remotely, and therefore that will impact the need for additional student housing in Iowa City? Has the council done a traffic impact study to include the potential increase of not only vehicle but foot traffic in the area? This study should also include the impact of placing the signal at Orchard and Benton, which in my humble opinion is insane. Not only will it impede the traffic, but it, in my opinion, is going to promote a hazardous situation. And has the council done an impact on the restriction, or I'm sorry, has the council looked at the restrictions on the variances to the construction, quote, concept? Is there any limit to the changes that developer can make to decide once the construction begins? Again, as I began this process of putting my thoughts to paper, what I really want to impress upon the council is the disruption and destabilization that this proposal is going to have on our hamlets. We have these little tiny hamlets that are around this area. And those of us who live in these small hamlets are used to having impacts of the football traffic in the area. We're used to having our streets being the last ones that are plowed, not very well. We're used to the fact that our leaves don't necessarily get picked up because we have strange cars parked in the street and the city won't pick them up if those cars are there. But I think what is most concerning to me is that these are little hamlets. These are little neighborhoods, and we know each other, and we're stable. If we import, this is going to destabilize these communities, and it's going to, not only will it not complement what these current little hamlets are meant to be, but it's not going to enhance them either. And although I can appreciate what has been said, I can also say it's really not good for those little hamlets, and that's what we need to protect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to address this topic? Welcome.
Okay, let me get my notes. My name is Joanne Whitmore. I live on Douglas Street as well with my partner. Previously to living on Douglas Street a number of years ago, we lived at the end of Hollywood Boulevard. And as y'all know, there's a huge student housing complex there that was a renovation of a previous apartment complex. At the time this was being done, we looked at the plans and we were led to believe that there would be plenty of parking at this new location. And one of the stipulations was that the building that was going to be added right next door to our property would have a parking garage in it. And somehow that mysteriously disappeared from the plan while the building was being constructed, so resulting in a 3-story building with balconies on the back looking right into our backyard and our bedrooms, and no parking. And they charge for parking, so the first thing that the young people do is look for parking that's free, all up and down the entire length of Hollywood Boulevard, resulting in frequent calls to get cars towed from blocking our driveway. There's no visitor parking there at all. Sounds like the same situation for this proposal. So this is my main concern. Please don't make our sweet little neighborhood into a parking lot. As other people have mentioned, there will be not just parking, but storage of vehicles, because people maybe don't want to drive their cars back and forth to class, but maybe they want to go home on the weekend. All kinds of things like that. I think the other thing that really concerns us is the density. I don't think that 189 units with 1 to 3 bedrooms per unit results in at least 2 students per room, and that's 728 cars for 283 parking spaces. Just doesn't make sense. The other comment about students not being 8 to 5 is another thing that we actually are objecting to, because it's 24/7 coming and going with this level of traffic and parking congestion and extra vehicles. So I just urge you to take a big step back and look hard at this kind of development in these sweet little neighborhoods that so many people in Iowa City move here for and love to live in. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address this topic? Welcome.
Hi, Council. My name is Keen Zimet from Iowa City. And to speak on student housing, we have been experiencing unaffordable housing costs for years. To speak on the idea outlined earlier that increased housing costs can be lowered or maintained by increasing housing has been proven over and over to be inaccurate. The City Council has always increased housing for the idea to curb rising rental prices. But we have seen that the prices keep increasing. If we are to address rental prices, more action needs to be taken than just adding more housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? And if I can see any hands of those that still want to address this topic. Okay, thank you. So after the two that raise their hand, we'll close public comment. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi, thank you. I don't have a lot more to add than the other speakers have. I do object to this. I live on Benton Street. I live on the top of the hill across from Roosevelt. And just on another matter, Roosevelt School is a site for poor eyes right now. But I think the other thing I want to add, I had to come in late because I had to teach till now, was talking about this is a transition area. And making such a big apartment building in a transition area just doesn't make any sense. So I'd like to add that on for my objection. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we didn't catch your name. Oh, did you write your name?
I didn't say it. Mary Knutson.
Thank you.
And did you write your name on the list there? Thank you.
So I'm Ken Rue, and I know I've spoken a lot already, and you know
Welcome.
You know my feelings about the entire project. I just wanted to say a couple things. The idea that this would draw students out of the homes on Benton Street and around the area, so that would open up affordable housing for others, to me doesn't make sense, because there's plenty of student housing all over, but the people that live in our neighborhood chose not to live in those places. They don't want to be in those kind of dorms and those kinds of living situations. They want to be in a neighborhood and be in a home. So this is not a home to move into. If they want to get in with, hundreds of other students, they could do that somewhere else. But they want to be in our neighborhoods, in our homes, and be friends of ours. Okay, so that one. It's also kind of bothered me that originally not that many years ago, the comprehensive plan didn't include anything like that in our neighborhood, and the density or the scope or whatever, but nothing in our neighborhood, nothing has changed. I've been there 45 years. There have been a few more places built for people to live in, some condos and stuff, but nothing about the neighborhood has deteriorated or changed. But to get this in here, then it's just changed what the comprehensive plan is. Now it fits the new comprehensive plan. That seems like, anyway, it just didn't make sense to me that it didn't fit the plan before and nothing's changed. It's been fine for decades. But now, to make it different and to get some more tax money or whatever the problem is, it's just go ahead and change the comprehensive plan. And I'm not accusing anybody of doing that. That's the feeling I get, that maybe things don't need to change. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and that type of thing. Well, anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And the last speaker, we have one last speaker. Yes, and you're part of the development team?
I'm just speaking on, just in response to everyone.
I didn't see your hand raised. Did you raise your hand?
Mr. Mayor, he did.
Oh,
He did.
okay. All right, I'm sorry about that.
Thanks. My name is David Tucker. I live at, 91 Prairie Hill Lane. Yeah. And I am not speaking in favor or against this development, in part because it's largely opaque to me. I haven't been able to understand what the plan is. However, I would like to say something about the loss of affordable housing in this area. At the January Planning and Zoning meeting, 3 of the commissioners predicted that there would be a loss of affordable housing and asked how it would be replaced. And a 4th commissioner, who was in favor of this development, said that's up to the city. So the point I would like to make to the council is that I think it's likely there's going to be a loss, and I hope you seriously consider doing something about it. Now, why do I think there's going to be a loss? If you look at the site of this development, I count 4 fourplexes, 3 buildings which are probably fourplexes, I believe 3 three-bedroom houses and 1 large house, which is counted as a 2-bedroom house, and another building. Some of those buildings are currently advertised for rent. The 3-bedroom houses are in the neighborhood of $1,500 a month. So I think that though you can add up those units, just the 4 fourplexes will be a substantial loss of affordable housing. And of course, this neighborhood is within walking distance of the hospital, is either within walking distance or a short bus ride to large employers like Walmart and Aldi's and other employers. So I think this is a neighborhood that will suffer when this goes, and as I think it is likely to go. One other point I would like to make is, according to the city assessor, the same LLC, M&W LLC, owns the adjoining 623 Orchard, which is currently advertised as studio apartments, about 500 to 600 square feet for $1,200 to $1,300 a month, and I think it's likely that that's what we'll see.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Council, Mayor. Mike Welch, Welch Design and Development. I wasn't really planning on speaking tonight, and after listening during the work session.
I have a question. Are you representing yourself, or are you still representing Welsh?
I would be representing myself as a member of the development community at large in Iowa City, if that makes sense. Not speaking, directly on behalf of the applicant, just speaking on behalf of development in general in Iowa City, and what I've heard tonight and kind of heard overall, just some points I would like to make in that regard, if that's okay.
I think it treads some concerning waters. But if you're claiming that you're not speaking as the developer, because I've already allowed that opportunity,
sure,
then you must stay within that realm.
Yep, I understand that. Thank you. The things I'd like to ask council to consider with this and other projects, I've kind of seen it on projects I've been involved in and just in general, is I do think during rezoning is very easy to kind of lose sight of the question before us, and we'll start talking about maybe impacts or things that need to be done. Will the project change from what you're seeing tonight, or will it actually increase rents or decrease rents? And some of those are questions that I know I personally can't answer, because I think we don't know. I think when it comes to the argument of increased housing stock versus rents, I think in general we do see that, and there's information out there that shows that. If we're not seeing it specifically here in Iowa City, I think it's because demand is keeping pace with that supply. We haven't gotten to the point where we're building more than we actually have demand for. I think when we hear like staff make a recommendation for a rezoning, I think it gets lost that that's a staff of professionals who are experts in their area, particularly when it comes to traffic. We'll hear the public or other people question if that'll actually happen, or if we can actually do those things, and lose sight of the fact that the professionals on city staff who deal with traffic are telling us that yes, we can do that, and we can accommodate those things. And oftentimes we don't, in general, we as public, we may not believe that'll happen or be something we can do. I think as I look at this development too, it's a code. It'll be required to comply with the zoning code, right? So as we talked about previously, those setbacks, those step backs, those buffers that are in the Riverfront Crossings Orchard District code, no matter what happens, that will be this developer and any other developer will have to comply with those items. And kind of lastly, again, with this project and this rezoning request, those two south properties directly on Orchard and Benton are already rezoned to Riverfront Crossings Orchard District. So as of today, any developer can come in with a plan that puts a 3-story building with the appropriate step backs on those properties. So I am sympathetic to the neighbors' concerns about the change in the neighborhood, but I would like to point out that in 2019, when that rezoning was approved, and previously when the comp plan was adjusted, that kind of set the path that we're on tonight of what can be built there, and that can already be built there today. So I think that's just important to keep kind of that holistic picture in mind. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, so I've closed public comment. I'm going to close the public hearing. And could I get a motion to give first consideration?
Mr. Mayor, do you want to have a motion to accept the correspondence that was offered?
Yes, please. All right, could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Teller, seconded by Alter. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And then could I get a motion to give first consideration? I don't think I was able to get through that.
I don't think you got it yet.
Yes.
So moved, Burgess.
Second.
Harmson.
Moved by Burgess, seconded by Harmson. And I understand that we have some petitions that I'm going to ask our city attorney to discuss
Thank
with
you,
the council.
Mr. Mayor. I've received word from staff that a valid and sufficient petition has been offered and verified. As a result, the city code, a vote to approve this rezoning would now require 6 votes in the affirmative. That's all.
Thank you. All right. Any questions for the city attorney? And because I know we have a very skilled new counselor, but we would have to, in order for this to pass, it would have to be a supermajority, and that would mean 6 yes votes in order for it to pass. And if there are 5 yes votes and 2 no votes, it will not pass. All right, council discussion.
I have one clarifying question because in discussion of this, the yes vote is to go along with P&Z or to, no?
To
P&Z is
rezone.
done. To rezone is a
Yes.
yes, okay.
Yes,
Thank
a
you.
yes
I just
vote
needed that because we were in a different state when it was
Right.
P&Z.
It is confusing with a negative recommendation from
Yes.
planning and zoning.
Want to
Yes.
know?
Well, I'll start then, I guess. This proposal for rezoning and potential development raises many concerns for me, the most disturbing of which is the question of safety at that intersection. West Benton Street is a major thoroughfare for myself and many other community members. If any of my fellow council members or members of the public are not familiar with driving on this street, I would encourage you to do so before you make any sort of decisive vote on this. For this to be approved, staff is recommending signalization at the Orchard Street, Orchard Court, West Benton intersection. And with all due respects to staff, this is not a wise decision. This intersection is barely 1 block from the major signalized intersection of Benton and Riverside Drive. Crossing Riverside Drive from East Benton to West Benton, there are 2 lanes that head west on Benton, one of which ends abruptly at the intersection with Orchard Street and is meant as a turning lane for drivers to head south on Orchard Street rather than continuing on Benton. But every day, seriously, every day I see drivers who all of a sudden realize that they're in the turn lane and they quickly want to change lanes in order to go west on Benton, West Benton. And this situation can and probably has led to accidents. I hadn't asked for any sort of an accident report, but I probably should have, because I'm sure there have been, because it's very dangerous. And nobody signals that they're going to change lanes. They just all of a sudden do. And to put signalization at that intersection would only lead to more confusion to drivers who have just seconds before gone through a major intersection with signals. This will be perpetuated if the increased density is permitted, which would lead to even more traffic at this intersection. Allowing a development with increased density in this area compromises the character of this well-established Miller Orchard neighborhood. With its mix of smaller multifamily units, single-family homes, and some fairly new attractive duplex fourplexes, and close proximity to many amenities, it reminds me of what we've been talking about for a long time as a missing middle type neighborhood. My understanding of a transition zone is one that moves smoothly from the larger scale mixed-use corridor to adjacent single-family homes and should be scaled appropriately. I do not see that smooth transition in this plan and therefore do not support this rezoning.
I, too, am going to support P&Z's recommendation of denying the application. There are a lot of issues we've talked about on this project having to do with affordable housing, traffic, a whole range of things that are all very important. My focus has been on the question of the comprehensive plan. And in the master plan for the Orchard District, it talks about creating a transition between larger scale mixed use and commercial buildings along Riverside Drive to single family. And the means by doing that is one of the other goals: encourage development that is complementary in mass and scale to the adjacent single family neighborhood. So the idea was really, to use Councilor Taylor's term, create a smooth transition to try to go from the development along Riverside Drive through this transition zone, which would be a transition in mass and scale between that higher density and larger scale development to the east, and the single family neighborhood to the west. So when we're talking about mass is a volume. Mass is not simply a matter of height. It's a question of volume. And so if we look at this proposal in terms of mass, we're looking at 3 buildings which have very large footprints. They may be 3 stories in height, but they're quite large relative to the single-family neighborhood. And in fact, in some ways, they replicate the mass of the buildings to the east, which is that higher intensity that we're trying to transition down from. So the proposal in terms of mass and in terms of scale, which is the other reference, and scale refers to a building size relative to another building size, or the size of one building's elements relative to another building's elements. And again, when I look at the proposal, the buildings arguably are more complementary to the higher density development to the east. So the whole notion of this transition zone really favoring or promoting the idea that it needs to be complementary with the Miller Orchard neighborhood isn't taking place. What we're seeing is development that's more consistent with the character of the development along Riverside Drive. So, as I said, I will be not supporting this proposal. I support development for this area, but it just seems to me that we're not accomplishing the goals of the Orchard Comprehensive Plan.
So there have been a host of incredibly thoughtful narratives, comments, observations and concerns, chief among them, safety, density, affordable housing. And I believe wholeheartedly that all of these things must be addressed in a larger realm, but especially as far as affordable housing goes, they have met what the requirements are. And so I struggle with this very much. And this is a conversation that we need to have, and it may well be that we need to get this on a working agenda, and we really need to hash this out about what do we do with fee and lieu versus affordable housing and making developers actually create some affordable housing. But at present, that's not what is required. They have met the requirements. They also went from a large building, one large building that I think absolutely, the neighborhood was absolutely right to say this will not do. P&Z was right to say this will not do. They took feedback and they came back. Is it larger than what is anticipated or what was hoped for? Absolutely. And I also don't want to downgrade or dismiss the very real concerns about your neighborhood. But I would like to offer a little bit of a spin that's different that I have not heard and that has increasingly troubled me a little bit in the way that collectively student housing has been characterized. On the west side of campus, this former graduate student lived over there. Most of the student housing that is on the west side is Seville Apartments, Carriage Hill, and I'm forgetting the last one, all on Benton. How old are they? These are not apartments in which young, underpaid professionals, some of whom have families, and many of whom are choosing to be on the west side because of the medical facilities and because of the law office or the proximity to EPB where I taught. This is also student housing. So I think that there is a definite fear, perhaps, that of the stereotypical student, but I think that, in fact, the fact that this is a quieter area would actually attract a number of students who you would be proud to call neighbors. Or not. But what's before us is, have they met the zoning requirements? And that's the really hard part because there is so much at stake for the neighborhood. And honestly, for what we want to do with moving forward as a city. We've been told time and again and agreed to it time and again, if you really want to move the needle on certain things, you have to stay focused on what's in the strategic plan. We had a commitment to infill that had density. This is that. And in fact, I drove around there this morning, and several times, in fact, and the height of the buildings can't go any higher than 3. It is further down. In looking at the way that the actual requirements of having setbacks, of trees, of pedestrian, these are things that I actually do believe are transitional. Obviously, I have colleagues who believe otherwise, as well as many of the public. I keep going back to what is the decision that we are supposed to make and what is before us, and they have fulfilled the requirements. And this has already been rezoned in 2/3 of this area. So I will be supporting this, not out of a sense of a lack of compassion for understanding that change is hard and that this is not the way that you're envisioning this, but I will say, in having listened to a lot of meetings by developers, it sounds like, in fact, over 6 months, there's been a lot of intense work to take the feedback from the neighbors. And so I hope if this passes, along with other counselors, that continues. I would also strongly urge, encourage that rather than fee in lieu of, that you would actually make some units affordable.
So I want to talk about a few aspects of discussion. First, the affordable housing aspect of this whole situation. I agree with the city attorney. I agree with, I believe, the rest of this body that affordable housing is a huge priority for us and needs to be addressed, but also that this application does comply with our zoning code based on our affordable housing requirements. I don't believe that anyone should be making a judgment for this proposal based off of that solely because of that. That is just a procedural question that has been answered. Doesn't mean it's not a concern, but not something that I'm going to be or urging others to vote off of. When I look to my decision on what is before us, I think I really do agree with a lot of what Councillor Thomas has said. I have major concerns with the mass of the project, the scale of the project, and the complementary nature of the project. All things that we must consider as part of our Riverfront Crossings master comprehensive plan. I would also like to comment to the point of transition in relation to that complementary nature. As stated prior, I do not believe that we have a legal definition for transition. The specific text within our comprehensive plan is that development should be restricted to building typology such as cottage clusters, townhomes, live-work townhomes, and multi-dwelling buildings, like what we're looking at today, that are designed and scaled in a manner that is complementary to the rhythm and scale of a single-family neighborhood located to the south and west. We have, as a body, the authority and prerogative, if we so choose, to determine what transition means in this context within those confines. It has to be one of those things, very clearly in our plan, but it is my judgment that the multi-dwelling building that is proposed here and the subsequent rezoning that is being requested to create that does not align in mass, in scale, or is complementary to the surrounding single-family homes. I think another question that is important to consider when we're looking at this is the question of whether this aligns with our comprehensive plan is not one of the affordable housing thing is not an issue. It is one of what are we looking at for the proposal's comprehensive impact for the neighborhood, both the Orchard District and the surrounding neighborhoods. And I have been very much persuaded by concerns about traffic, by concerns about signalization, first responders, the fact that our fire department and our fire chief has said that there has not been any sort of decision, which is not necessarily required, but I'd like to see more collaboration there. The fact that there is one inlet and outlet, one legal inlet and outlet to this development here is something that seriously concerns me. As let's be real, a lot of student buildings can sometimes have false alarm fire alarms, cooking incidences. First responders are going to need to be able to easily get here during all hours of the day. Does not matter if it is a high traffic time or peak time. I don't care. We need to be able to ensure that the residents of this area, the residents of the development, are able to be safe. And I have not yet been satisfied with that regard, and that is a major concern. In addition to that, concerns with parking overflow. This is, in congruence with the state's requirement that we can make decisions based on this relating to the substantial relations, comfort, welfare, and maintenance of property values of the surrounding neighborhoods. It's within our authority to say this is a likely thing to happen. The overflow of students parking in these adjacent neighborhoods, because it happens everywhere in Iowa City. I used to live on Summit Street, where there was a lot of these multi-residential or multi-unit residential buildings, or multi-dwelling buildings, pardon me, and it was a constant issue. Nobody could ever find parking because people wanted to charge for parking in the apartment buildings. And again, the charging for parking is not something that I encourage anyone to vote off of. That is not something that we can procedurally say. But we know what behavior is occurring in other parts of our cities, and I think it is a fair thing to assume that similar situation would occur if this were to be approved. In addition, I don't find it particularly persuasive to say, oh, we're already going to have, potential development for 100 units in the area that is already designated riverfront crossings. Well, 100 is very different from nearly double that. And there are already existing agreements with the plan with the agreement to rezone that area that can kind of address concerns rather than wait for them to occur, as we observed was explained to us by Chairman Hench. So I will not be supporting this. I think in addition, we should also mention the broad members of the community that have supported us going against this. We have a lot of people from a lot of the west side in this room. And if you look at the petitions, which I have, we have landlords that have signed these petitions to prevent this and to get us to this point where we have a 6-person majority threshold. I think the support for this is, support for failing this is broad. I think that we need to listen to the members of the community. I think we need to listen to the concerns that we've had placed before us. And so I will be voting this down.
If I can offer just one point of clarification. There have been a number of legally permissible reasons mentioned for voting no and so forth, but I hadn't heard, and I wasn't privy to the conversation about the fire chief and so forth, but I want to be absolutely clear. The approval by the fire department for turnarounds and all that kind of stuff is not at the rezoning phase, and you should not consider the fact that the fire chief was not willing to sign off on anything at the rezoning stage as any kind of disapproval of this project. I just want to make sure that if anyone is to vote no, it not be on that basis. That's all.
If I could further elaborate on that, the staff would never put something in front of you that we felt there was public safety risk, even at this stage. If we felt that, we would never have this proposal come forward. The details of how the fire access will be handled, where fire hydrants will be placed, all of that takes place much further down the road.
I want to thank everyone who's provided their comments this evening and many who also wrote to us and reached out in a variety of ways. I am focused on the strategic plan and on the comprehensive plan. And I think what, Mr. Rue, what you said about living in this neighborhood for 45 years and that it stayed the same is actually a reason that I'd be inclined to support this project. There's been significant redevelopment along Riverside Drive, very, very close by, redevelopment of that whole commercial area immediately south of Douglas. Thank you for the comments from the person who lived on the end of Hollywood Boulevard. I live on the end of California, but my experience is quite different, in fact, and I believe that those hamlets that were spoken of, the neighborhood character that is spoken of, will not be destroyed if a few extra cars park on the street. I know that from my own experience and living in the same place for 20 years when a development happened about probably 300 to 400 feet from my house that went from 152 units to 352 152 occupied units to 352 units and 900 bedrooms with no buffer. So I really don't, I understand the fear. I understand the concern of change in the neighborhood. But we have committed to density. We believe that's a good thing. We have committed to walkability. We believe that that's a good thing. We have committed to areas being accessible for all different kinds of people. And if we have concerns about the traffic and the parking, then we need to move faster and harder on our transportation systems and our transit system and alternative means for people to get around this community, because there will be growth. There will continue to be growth. And while it may stink to have these cars here, there will absolutely be an increase in traffic if this were to pass. Those cars are going to be somewhere, and it doesn't make it worse that they're closer in. The fact that there's density closer into the city center increases the likelihood that people will be walking, increases the likelihood that people will be taking CAMBUS or Iowa City Transit. So I'm just a little, honestly, kind of dumbfounded when we talk about these principles of density and infill. The city infrastructure is here. This is not a place where we need to install new water, sewer, or wastewater. And all of the road reconstruction and the signalization, those costs are borne by the developer in the project as it's constructed. So I just feel like it's not consistent with what we've committed to for the community as a whole if we don't allow a project like this to go forward. I do see the transition. I've seen the concept drawing. I don't know if that's how it would turn out or not. And honestly, I'm not, too concerned about that because this is the rezoning stage. But we have the pedestrian access, which will ensure that it's not one giant building. We have a conditional zoning agreement, which includes what the sidewalks are going to be like, that the signalization will happen, that the pedestrian access will be there. We have safeguards for those things. and it's built into the recommendation from staff that's before us today. So I understand and appreciate so much your concerns, but I do, the folks over in Prairie Hill, I don't think you'll ever notice this. I really don't. Besides the fact that it's going to be new development replacing some structures that are honestly kind of run down, and to Mayor Pro Tem's point, it would be good to have some student housing that isn't 40 years old over there. So I would urge my colleagues, those who've indicated that they won't support this, to reconsider, because I really believe that our comprehensive plan calls for this, our strategic plan calls for this, and our community needs more housing.
Would you like to go first, Mr. Mayor? Or? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter either. All right, I'll go. Yeah, that's all right. This is a hard decision to make, because we have heard from staff, the public, my fellow counselors, who have spoken so far. There's been some for it, some against it. And I don't want to go into everything, because I think a lot of the points have, some of the points have probably reflected, the points have shared the concerns that have been shared by by those that don't support it when it comes down to transportation, or the issues are. I hear the concerns, and then I hear, the light, the traffic light that's going to be placed, and how that will help with that situation, some of the safety concerns there. I think all of my colleagues up here, knowing my comments earlier today about affordable housing, I don't know how people that I know can afford to live here. But that is not what we're, the problem is this isn't what we're talking about. And I think, when we look at our strategic plan, housing is, I think everything that you talked about is exactly right, what we talked about, Councilor Burgess, as far as some of the things that we want to do within our strategic plan. Some of the things that we're not, one of the things that I know about our strategic plan is that there's still work to be done when it comes down to even the work session that we just talked about, re-put it in there, where we're going to talk about zoning, we're going to talk about the comprehensive plan, we're going to, because we have to talk about that, we're going to have to talk about affordable housing and the fee in lieu of. And so while those are very concerning to me, that's why I wanted to know what the current market rate was, what what the rents would be. That's important. And all of this is, it seems like it's a big thing, right? There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of concerns. There's a lot of things that I think the values of this community, some of it is in here, some of it is missing. When, for example, the affordable housing, which is we heard from the students, or the USG. I think they represented the USG voices, the student government. But at the end of the day, I have to look at what we are actually talking about, and as rezoning, I do ask myself some of the other questions. And rezoning, I think they've met our affordable housing criteria, which again, I think we need to definitely have that discussion. I've been on this council since 2018. We keep, we have made strides. I don't want to discount some of the strides that we've made. We've been doing the form-based code, and we've made some strides, and I know Councilor Thomas, who just talked about the work session agenda, really talking about how do we deal with the infills, some of those form-based codes dealing with the infills, and kind of just fast pacing. What do this community want? When it comes down to affordable housing, walkability, parks, all that good stuff. But for this one today, I'm going to be in support of it only because I can't hold this developer to what the work of this city council, which I love every one of you, and I know that we are working hard to live up, to the expectations of this community. But when it comes down to transitional housing, I think I can debate for and against, the mass and the scale or how it's interpreted. The transportation, at the stoplight, I hear that concern, the parking, I hear that. But at the end of the day, I think that when I really look at what we're being asked to today at this rezoning, I really do believe that these developers are meeting the criteria. And so I'm going to vote in favor of it.
Like my fellow councilors, I'd like to thank everybody that contributed their voice to this. One of the benefits from that for me was it really required a much, much deeper look into a lot of the different facets that were raised. Some of the things about this project, to echo some earlier comments, that I actually do appreciate, and we have made a commitment to density. And location and walkability and access to public transportation lines. A lot of those boxes get checked for me. The affordable housing fee in lieu, the fee in lieu has actually made some changes in our communities, has done some positive work. So that checks that box. My big concern probably, and was really looking at that traffic issue. And so that was one of the things that I wanted to learn more about, because I think that would have had probably the biggest ripple effect. And seeing as what could already be developed there and the differences, I find that I'm probably a little bit more confident that moving forward won't have the extreme negative impact I think that's feared. And part of the reason I say that, and actually Councilor Taylor is absolutely right. I've driven through that intersection many times. If we change that intersection, we're not losing some treasure of a well spot of good traffic flow. And so then it really becomes a question of, with the opportunity to rearrange and adjust that intersection, and have that signalized and have the lanes do whatever, really a chance for the people, our engineers, to work with the developer and hopefully maybe even improve that area as opposed to making it worse, with a chance that it might just end up being a wash. But that doesn't rise. My concerns there no longer rise to the point where I would oppose this project. And again, I'm not going to rehash all the different things. My fellow councilors have made a lot of great points. So I will be supporting this tonight for that reason.
Mayor, could I make just a couple clarifying points as well based on our discussion here? I think it's important to know that this is implementing our form-based code, right? We have a riverfront crossings form-based code, and this is one of the few opportunities to actually apply that, right? To apply form-based code to infill, because we don't have form-based code. We have it in the South District, and we have it in this area. And so I think it's important to remember that when it comes to the actual design of the buildings and how everything will be implemented, that they have to meet very stringent standards of that code that is different than what you see in a lot of other parts of town. And I'm not so sure. I don't know if anyone is voting based on the affordable housing piece or not, but I think it's really important to remember something as far as the bigger picture about housing affordability. And that is, we know from experts that with new construction, it will not be affordable. Affordable housing is subsidized. Affordable housing can be subsidized through federal money. It can be subsidized through local money, but we are never going to have, sort of the market just create affordable affordable housing. And the local money that we use to help create affordable housing in our community is based in part on the revenue that we receive from investment in the community. And if we forestall development and redevelopment because it's change, it's addition, it's growth, we will not be able to meet those larger affordable housing needs because we won't be, the pot won't ever get bigger, and we won't be able to provide those subsidies that we know we have to provide in order for it to work out. So as much as I would love for capitalism to change and the forces to be different, I think it's a fact that new construction is not going to yield, $400 a month rents. It's just not something that's possible. And so I hope that we keep that in mind if we turn down something that would be a significant investment in new housing units in our community.
I just wanted to make, after listening to some of the comments from my fellow counselors, I wanted to reference again the development program for the Orchard District. I am not opposed to development. In fact, when I saw the development program, I thought that's missing middle. That's what I've been advocating for years. Cottage homes, row houses, townhouses, live-work townhouses, and 2 to 3 story multi-dwelling buildings with the third floor step back. There are ways one can employ those building types in a manner which would be complementary in mass and scale to the surrounding neighborhood. So development can move forward. We can have that sense of continuity and flow. We do not have a concentrated area of very high density and then the single-family homes. We have something which actually offers some diversity in housing type. That's the whole idea behind missing middle, is developing in a way which is complementary to what we all love about neighborhood scale, but increasing density than what we associate with those neighborhoods, which is primarily single-family homes. There is a strategy that we have been advocating for, and actually you can see it in the Rorit and South District, for achieving higher densities while not losing that sense of neighborhood house scale. And that's what I envisioned happening, and it didn't happen. And so that's why I'm not supportive of it.
I think we just also have to remember no additional density in that northern part can occur without rezoning, regardless of the design. That's what we're talking about tonight. So the like a cottage court, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, that is of that kind of scale would still require rezoning. Is that correct?
Correct. I think if without a rezoning, you can expect to see the same level of density remain. And therefore, redevelopment is highly unlikely because there's no financial incentive to redevelop if there's no density increase.
I just can't not respond to one thing that Councilor Burgess has said, only because affordable housing is something that this community has, we need. I'm not fully convinced that a developer could not have 10% of their units with affordable rates at even this project at this scale. I don't want developers to walk away thinking that, this council just believes that new construction just has to be at market rate. There are ways for developers to build and to have some portion of their rents affordable. Now, that is a personal choice that they would have to make. Will they be losing money or not making as much money? Absolutely. But I don't want to just let that comment go without me responding.
Thank you, Mayor.
And I completely, you and I have talked about that a lot, about, how from our perspective, actually having those units at that 10% rate, actually having them be affordable units is desirable. But as you had mentioned even, earlier, and I know that you are supporting this project, that's not even the issue before us right now, right? So just to sort of reiterate that is something that is, the rezoning doesn't commit you to either fee in lieu of or to the 10%. And so, again, yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
Right.
I've heard my fellow council members continually talking about what council has looked for in housing over the last few years, the affordability, the walkability, infill development, those kinds of things. But the other thing that has been pounded into us is stabilization of the neighborhoods, and of which this neighborhood, just a few blocks away, our council, our city, had spent considerable amount of money in purchasing homes for the university program to stabilize those neighborhoods, which had currently been kind of run down by absent landlords, students that didn't take care of the property, where now these are owned by persons, which help to stabilize that area. And I think it kind of defeats that purpose if we don't continue to keep this as a stable hamlet, as it was described, neighborhood.
Yeah, I go from experience, and there are so many people who are students who live on the west side, and they're graduate students. They're 25 and up. This is not like looking for this. When I moved here in the 1990s, the worst place to live, or the best place, depending on who you were, was on South Dodge Street, and South Johnson. That was like party central. I don't think that we're looking at a student population who wants to move to a place where there is a small hamlet environment that is not larger, that actually is on the west side of campus. It is a different student population. These are law students, they are med students, they are older students. These are people who may be working other jobs. I cannot help but say that there is a lot of diversity in student population as there is in the community as well. And they are part of the community, and frankly, grad students deserve to live in some decent places too.
All right. Any further discussion?
Mayor, if I could just offer, it appears the council is going to vote this down, at least with the supermajority requirement. At some point, if not tonight, sometime, I think staff would appreciate some direction so that we can guide future development in this area. The comp plan does call for redevelopment, and we have an adopted zoning code that guides that redevelopment. If it's clear that there's not a support for that, or if you don't think the regulations are appropriately addressing what that redevelopment looks like, then we need to get in and change the code, because we have a set of rules right now that someone is saying, I'm willing to play ball by those rules. I'm just going to afraid that we're going to be left in a little bit of limbo here, and we can adopt the code, we can change the code to address your concerns, but that needs to happen pretty quick.
Roll call, please.
Thomas?
No.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
No.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
No.
Teague?
Yes, motion passes. No, I'm sorry, motion fails 4-3. All right, we are moving on to item number 10B. This is rezoning Western Home GPD of Iowa City.
Do we have a motion to accept correspondence on that last? Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, that's right.
So moved.
Second.
okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. What I've been trying to do is actually do the accept correspondence at the moment.
Oh, sorry.
I forgot that one.
Stuff in the packet, late handouts.
Got it.
Okay. Oh, great. Got it. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may, I'll continue to recuse on the next item.
Great. All right. All right, we're going to move on to item number 10B, which is rezoning Western Home GPD of Iowa City. Ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 31.2 acres of property located east of Camp Cardinal Road and north of Gathering Place Lane from interim development single-family residential and low-density single-family residential with a planned development overlay to medium-density single-family residential with a planned development overlay. And this is second consideration, and the applicant is requesting expedited action. And I also want to make sure, note that City Attorney Gores is removing himself because of conflict of interest. Could I get a,
I can
yes,
move.
all right.
Mayor, I move that the rule requiring that ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Moved by Taylor,
Second.
seconded by Hermson. Anyone from the public like to discuss this topic? Okay. Welcome.
My foot fell asleep. Steve Long with Salida Partners, representing Western Home Independent Living Services. And I just want to let you know that we talked last week, or 2 weeks ago. Chris Hansen was here. He's not able to be here this evening. But I will be here representing Western Home. And we also have Sanjay with Akar Architecture and Mike with Welch Development Design if you have any further questions.
Great.
Thank you.
Any questions by council? No. All right, anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion. Roll call, please. Oh. Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved. Done.
Second, Taylor.
Roll call, please.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Can I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Alter, seconded by Burgess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, we are on to item number 11, which is 11A, J Street Sanitary Sewer Replacement. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the J Street Sanitary Sewer Replacement Project. Establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing. And welcome.
Joe Welter from Engineering, presenting on this project. So this is located, it's a little touchy, located in close to Southeast Junior High, off of between 1st and 3rd on J Street. So on the west side of First Avenue, it's J Street. On the east side, it's Bradford. So you can kind of see where the neighborhood where we're located at. This is a utility replacement project. It's not a street reconstruction. We're replacing some defective and faulty sanitary sewer between 2nd and 3rd Avenues. At the same time, we are fixing some issues with some of the services in the right-of-way as well. So we'll be restoring all those services, but we're fixing the orientation of some of those services and where they go into the new sewer versus the existing sewer had a point that is basically completely flat, and so it wasn't really draining, and some of the services were going into that section, so we're eliminating that and fixing some of the drainage issues with the sewer. We're taking the opportunity to infill sidewalk between 1st and 3rd on the north side of J. We'll be redoing the curb ramps in this project. We're also taking the opportunity to adjust some water valving. We're in the area, and we'll get better control about adjusting some of the locations and how the valving for the water mains is done, so we're going to do that as well. Obviously, once we're done with those constructions, we'll be restoring the street, the driveway pavement. There'll be the restoration of the parkway. All the work is being done inside of the right-of-way. We're not doing anything on private property. And to accommodate, because there are some denser housing here, to accommodate getting people in and out of their places of residence, we're breaking this up into 6 phases. So for a relatively small project, this is going to have a lot of phasing, and the reason we're doing that and forcing the contractor to go a little slower is to get everybody in and out of their properties on a daily basis. We are supporting our strategic objective of mobility. So the strategic plan talks about designing and maintaining complete streets that are comfortable and safe for all users, and to grow and prioritize bike and pedestrian accommodations. So this sidewalk infill, which is shown in the green, is meeting those mobility requirements, the connectivity to the school, the park, the recreation center, and many businesses all within a half mile of this project corridor. So this is a really key infill section connecting this neighborhood to the First Avenue corridor and that greater part of the city. The estimated costs are $550,000 for this project. It's being funded by the wastewater fund. We are looking to proceed forward with bidding this month and award at March 7th. The start date is scheduled to coincide close to the end of the school year because we are so close to the school. With a substantial completion date, that means when the public can reuse the corridor before the fall school semester starts. And then there's always some things that need to be cleaned up, so we got that 30-day period in there between the substantial and final completion. It was designed by Watersmith Engineering out of Muscatine, who's done a lot of recent design for us, so I'd like to thank Brad Roth and his team for that. Any questions for me?
Just a comment, Joe. I really appreciate the integration of the strategic plan into your presentation. Really good. Thank you.
Just again, a comment, since this is over in my district and my neighborhood. Glad to see, infrastructure improvements, but really appreciate the attention to letting residents get in and out, even though that makes the project a little more spread out or whatever, but especially the sidewalk infill. That's, both of my kids went to that junior high. I'm very familiar with the amount of foot traffic that flows in and out of that school, and especially now with ICCSD changing its junior high to a middle school model, it's going to have a 50% increase in students, roughly, since now there'll be 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Will soon be, if they're not already, going to that building, and so good timing on that, and looking forward to having students be safer as they move through that area going to school.
Thank you. Would anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, come forth. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So move, Thomas.
Second, Taylor.
Council discussion?
I just want to burn into our memories that we are in favor of this sidewalk infill. So if the neighbors come out and say, we don't want our front yards torn up for the sidewalk infill, we just had a public hearing, and we all say how great this is, okay? And I'm going to remind us of that if come later at some point.
I love sidewalks, so no reminder necessary. but thank you
Okay,
for the
well,
point.
it was before your time, Sean, but we've had issues before, so that's my only comment. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Burgess.
Yes.
Dunn.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 11B, Gilbert Street Bridge Replacement. Resolution approving project manual and an estimate of cost for the construction of the Gilbert Street Replacement Project. Establishing amount of bid, security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing. And welcome.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Clow. I'm here with the Engineering Division to talk about the Gilbert Street Bridge Replacement Project tonight. Quick background, the existing bridge was constructed in 1972. During the 2021 bridge inspection, it was noted that there was cracking and spalling in the deck and superstructure, and so replacement was recommended. It no longer meets the current safety requirements as it lacks the safety barriers between vehicles and pedestrians. And bank slump and erosion in the channel was also identified at that time. We will be constructing a new 4-lane continuous concrete slab bridge in the place of the existing one. It will include 6-foot sidewalks on both sides of the bridge. And we'll be using a barrier rail similar to what you see on Rochester Avenue and the Dodge Street Bridge with aesthetic handrail. The stream bank stabilization on the north and south side of the bridge, on the east and west side of the bridge, will be fabric formed concrete, revetment, as well as Class E riprap. Other improvements that you will see are the upsizing of the storm sewer between the creek and Court Street. During heavy rainstorms, ponding depths have topped the curb in this location. Water main north of the bridge will also be improved to remove it from the bridge footprint to facilitate future improvements. And then we will also be accommodating parking and access for local businesses during construction. This is a quick map of the traffic control. We have this broken up into a number of phases. The first phase will be preparation for the road closure. We will need a complete closure for Gilbert Street. And we will be constructing a temporary driveway at the parking lot on the north side of the bridge to access Maiden Lane so that traffic can still get down Gilbert, access the businesses, and then get out onto Maiden Lane. The second and third phases will be construction of the storm sewer as well as of the bridge. The storm sewer will be a condensed phase, and after that we'll allow parking and also truck parking for deliveries to the same businesses. And then phase 4 will be once the road is open, we'll complete the storm sewer at the Court Street intersection. The estimated construction cost is $2.9 million, and the city has been awarded funds from the Iowa DOT City Bridge program for reimbursement of 80% of eligible project costs up to $1 million. Project timeline will include the bid letting that will occur through the DOT on March 21st. We plan to award at the City Council meeting on April 4th, and construction will start shortly after April 24th. Final completion is planned for early October of this fall. We are requiring a 6-day work week, and we have incentive disincentive set up to encourage the contractor to get done as soon as possible. So with that, any questions?
Well, so I have a question about the funding. The DOT award, is that competitive? Is that something that we had to apply for, or is that?
It's when we have bridges that are recommended for replacement, we apply to the DOT for funding, and they will determine where those funds go that are available. So.
Thank you. And will the road be closing, but like at April, like as soon as construction begins, the road's going to be closed?
So we have a week to 2 weeks of preparation to provide that driveway and the pull through to Maiden Lane, and then the road will be closing.
Okay. Until October?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Please come forth. Seeing no one in public or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Harmson, seconded by Alter. Council discussion.
Actually, maybe I should have done this while you're up at the podium, I'm sorry, but in terms of, the timeline and speed of this project is going to be really important because of the nature of this thoroughfare. Is this project, this might be a crystal ball thing, but is there any sense that some of the supply chain issues that have bedeviled us on projects all last summer and the summer before that, that are easing maybe, or is that being built into what we're guaranteeing, having the contractors tell us about their ability to get a hold of supplies, or?
We have seen that improving recently. One of my other projects, water main, wasn't supposed to be delivered for a year, and it showed up at the contractor's yard 9 months before they said they'd get it. So we're hoping that we see that. This timeline is built into the contract, so the contractor will know kind of what they're signing up for.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Any other comments by counselors?
Just for staff, I think we've learned some good lessons last year about how we communicate about road closures and that kind of thing. So I would imagine that we're going to be really aggressive in letting people know that one of our main thoroughfares will be closed for a number of months. And if the schedule changes, we'll
Let them know.
let them know as soon as possible.
And all will be happy.
Great. Perfect. Thank you.
There were quite a bit of negotiations with some of those adjoining property owners from whom we had to acquire property rights, and then included signage as well. Not
Good.
about that some of those businesses are still
For
open.
business access.
Yeah.
Sure.
Roll call, please.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 11C, sanctioned boxing event exception. This is an ordinance amending Title 8 entitled Police Regulations, Chapter 5 entitled Miscellaneous Offenses, Section 9 entitled Amateur Fighting and Boxing, by adding an exception for boxing matches sanctioned by USA Boxing. And staff is requesting expedited action.
Mayor, I move that the rule requiring that ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Moved by Taylor.
Second, Thomas.
Anyone from the public like to discuss this topic? Seeing no one in person or online. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved, Taylor.
Second. Done.
Moved by Taylor, seconded by Dunn. Roll call, please.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 12, council appointments, 12A, Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, Iowa City Representative, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term, January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2025. And there is one vacancy, no gender requirement, and one applicant.
I think we should appoint him.
All right, yeah. Yeah, I did appreciate that he's with a paramedic.
Oh, neat.
He's a paramedic field supervisor with Johnson County Ambulance, so, yeah. All right. So, could I get a motion to appoint Andreas Welts?
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Alter.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Number 13 is announcements of vacancies new. 13A, announcements of vacancies new, is the Civil Service Commission. One vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through April 6, 2026. And could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved.
Oh, did you say so?
Moved by Burgess, seconded by Taylor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 14 is announcement of vacancies previous. 14A is Senior Center Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Senior Center Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, February 14th, 2023. Airport Zoning Commission, Iowa City Representative, one vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, East College Street, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Historic Preservation Commission, Jefferson Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Woodlawn Avenue, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. Item number 15 is City Council information.
I just have one thing to share. I went to the Emma Goldman 50th celebration, the 50th anniversary celebration, and it was both incredibly affirming and motivating. And as a bonus, there were 2 lifetime awards given to Joel Bolcom and Mary Masher for their long fight for reproductive rights and abortion care for women. So it was a really, really good event.
Mayor, I have kind of a somber note. I think people are aware of the massive earthquakes that occurred in Turkey and Syria, and our State Senator Janice Weiner, our former colleague, wanted to share, asked if we'd be willing to share some thoughts. And so I just attribute this to her because I can hear her voice in it, but I just wanted to share this with the community. While our focus is here in Iowa City, I want to ask you to raise your gaze and keep the people of southern Turkey and northern Syria in your thoughts and prayers. On Monday night, a massive earthquake, magnitude 7.8 on the Richter scale, struck near Gaziantep in southern Turkey. It was followed by numerous strong aftershocks, and yesterday a separate 7.4 magnitude earthquake in a neighboring province. It is a natural and humanitarian disaster on a scale that is hard to comprehend, encompassing an area of land at least the size of the state of Iowa, and cities impacting millions of people, including Aleppo and Idlib in Syria, which have already been ravaged by civil war for the last 10 years, and many other cities and towns across southern Turkey. There are millions and millions of people affected. The initial quake struck just after 4 a.m. local time when most people were in their beds. The death toll currently stands as of 3 p.m. today. It was at 7,200, and I think estimated to be much higher than that, and continues to mount. Millions are now without a safe roof over their heads, and it is winter and freezing at night. So please keep these people in your thoughts and prayers, and if you are able, consider giving to a charity of your choice that is helping, as there are many. There is great need and will be for a very long time to come. So I thank her for always thinking of our whole world community. She served for a quarter of her career in the State Department in Turkey, so it's very close to her heart. I had one other announcement. Councilor Harmson and I will be having our listening post, couldn't come up with the term, on Monday, February 27th from 6 to 7:30. I believe. Yes? Okay, thank you. At the Eastside Recycling Center. I think this evening was a good reminder for me of how difficult and frustrating it can be to engage with the City Council. And I hope that people will take advantage of the opportunity to come speak with us in that informal environment and bring any thoughts, concerns, ideas, suggestions to us there.
Just wanted to mention that Councilor Dunn and I met with some mobile home park residents from here in and around Iowa City this past weekend, and continue to hear some very troubling things about the ways they're being treated by out-of-state investment firm landlords, things like rent going up dramatically while services are being cut, which has the side effect of then increasing their costs because now they have to replace those services. And so an issue that we'll continue to keep an eye on and relay that information and work with other partners. We had one of our county board of supervisors was at the meeting too, and so there may be some things we can look at collaboration with them and other entities to try and continue to look for ways we can work at the local level as we keep our fingers crossed, but not hold our breath for action on the state level to protect these valuable neighbors of ours. So.
Hearing nothing else, we'll go to item 16, reports from city staff, city manager's office,
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
city attorney,
Nothing for me either. Thank you.
city clerk.
Nothing, thanks.
All right. And item number 17, could I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Burgess, seconded by Alter. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Have a good night.